Hello and welcome to another course from Red Team Operator series. This time we're going to talk about evasion in Windows environment. My name is Rinzo and I'll be your instructor in this course. As usual, we will begin with quick introduction and system setup, followed by discussion about modern detection technology, how it is structured, where are its weak points, and how to abuse them. This part will also tell you about few rules to remember when developing your evasions. Then we will cover additional techniques to make your binary look like an ordinary image by employing digital signatures and filling out necessary module details within your binary. Here we will have an extended review of entropy, what it is, and how to reduce it in your programs. The next stop is composed of several modules discussing API hooks in the process, how to remove them or bypass them by using direct system calls. We will take a look at event tracing for Windows and patching our process to get rid of additional monitoring. Hiding code execution covers module stomping and launching your payloads without starting a new thread. Then we will go to spoofing ID of parent process as well as changing process arguments on the fly. This will be followed by several techniques requiring high privileges like blinding Eventlog, breaking network communication between local security agent and external logging database, and playing cat and mouse game with Microsoft's Sysmon. Finally, you will see some tips about making decisions regarding evasion during your operation or engagement. This course requires a certain knowledge and experience with Windows 10 OS, programming in C, especially using WinAPI, understanding PE file structure and how to embed your payload within a binary in obfuscated or encrypted form. All these things are discussed in other Red Team Operator courses, specifically in Essentials and Intermediate ones, so if you already took them or you feel comfortable with these topics, you're good to go. Otherwise, I highly recommend to take these courses prior to this one. Lastly, as in other courses, we will be using simple payloads like message box shellcode without weaponizing it with Meterpreter or Empire implants. And the reason is always the same. We want to make our course payload agnostic and teach you the essence of the techniques without focusing on specific shellcode implementation or C2 channel. All the methods you will learn here can be adjusted to any offensive framework you use in your daily operations, okay? All right. So buckle up, boys and girls, it's gonna be a fun ride. Let's start with discussing detection tech. And by detection technology, I mean any endpoint security solution which aims to prevent or detect and stop malware from being either stored on the disk or run in the system's memory. So this would include antivirus or in general endpoint protection agents and endpoint detection and response sensors, including Sysmon, which is more of a monitoring and logging facility than a modern EDR. All of these solutions use same or similar methods for monitoring operating system. So, network, process, and some file activities. And interestingly, many of these techniques are also used by malware, so that is why some researchers claim and name security solutions as malicious software as well. Of course, it depends on how you look at it, but the fact is that EPPs and EDRs inject their code into other processes, they hook APIs, they try to hide themselves in the system, they monitor users' activity, okay? So these are all facts. So how modern detection tech works. So let's take a regular machine with OS. We have a user and kernel space with some resources available like disk, network, registry, and so on. Now, typically, EPP or EDR has two components. One running in user land, usually as a dedicated service, and the other running in kernel land composed of one or more kernel drivers. Kernel component monitors system activity like disk operations, network communication, basically other actions. It might use dedicated drivers called mini filters for that, but also it registers so-called kernel callbacks for specific system events occurrence. Okay, then how does it work? Well, let's say our security solution wants to detect new process creation. Okay, it registers its callback function in a special table, and once a new process is spawned in the system, kernel will look into this table for any callbacks and will call them one by one, so the drivers which register them could receive the information about the new process and to do something about it. Okay. Now Windows kernel allows to register callbacks for many events, but most EDRs and AVs use the ones for new process and thread creation and termination, loading images from disk into memory, some registry access, and some other memory objects activity. Okay. Additionally, EDR can also consume ETW events, where ETW stands for Event Tracing for Windows, which is a very powerful logging and tracing capability of Windows OS. So all of this allows to have a broad view of events happening in the system. But if we want to see what is going on within a particular process, we need to inject our code into these processes. Okay, so once EDR detects a new process, it will inject its monitoring DLL, which sets hooks on specific functions so that when they are called, it can log all the data associated with these calls, like when it was called, from which module, what arguments were passed to the function, and so on. Okay, and typically hooks are set on the anti-DLL module, as this is the last user space code running before transit into the kernel. Okay, and lastly, these logs have to be stored somewhere. It can be a local disk or some internal repository like a database in the organization, or it can even send these logs into an EDR provider cloud. And some EDR providers employ machine learning algorithms like deep learning, for example, to create more effective detection and alerting. All right. Now, monitoring can be even more extended to other infrastructure components. So XDR, or Extended Detection and Response Solutions, get all the logs from the machines I've talked about earlier, plus logs from firewalls and network, like routers, switches, network flows, proxies, and other components, and then pack them into one database and start doing some correlation. Okay, and this in theory should result in a better detection, as we are not focusing on just one machine but rather on the network as a whole, and it creates a kind of Orwellian universe for threat actors, which you can say that is a good thing from defensive perspective. But on the other hand, it is even more tedious to make it effective, because the amount of data flowing into the XDR cloud is just mind-blowing. Okay, and by the way, all this makes XDR providers a very interesting target for the threat actors, don't you think? But I'm digressing here. Let's try to answer the question: what's the difference between AV and EDR? So in the past, we could say that AVs were mostly focusing on detecting malware at rest, so on disk, and at launch time. And they were using static, dynamic, some heuristics to do that. EDRs, on the other hand, were mostly aiming at detecting anomalies at runtime. So in other words, detecting post-exploitation activities. All right. And nowadays, this division is, I would say, more blurred. AVs have capabilities to detect post-exploitation, like code injection, for example, And EDRs have also components to detect malware at rest using some heuristic-based functions. So there is no one demarcation point here. EDRs, of course, have more alerting and response capabilities so that a blue team operator can react quicker. But from the endpoint perspective, these two security solutions overlap in many places. So let's get back to our detection tech diagram. And so knowing all this, now the question remains what we as a red team operators can do about it. And actually, we can do a lot depending on what type of access we have. So where we are in the system, like on the disk or already in the system's memory, and most importantly, what privileges our malware is running with. All right, so we can target hooks in our process. We can evade signatures. We can, evade static and dynamic analysis. We can attack user land and kernel land components. Their ability to log system events, and if they are capable of communicating with external entities and so on. Okay, and this is exactly what we are going to do in this course. So how to start developing our evasion techniques? First of all, we need to be focused on some assumptions made by EPP solutions, which are data availability, its consistency, and the ability to communicate with other components. And as I've said earlier, our evasion capability primarily depends on our privileges. Okay, so with high privs, we can disable or even remove the agents from the system or disrupt their communication. If we are only a low priv user, then we could find and exploit blind spots, so places where these security solutions do not look into, or try to behave like any other, let's say, benign process in the system. We also have to consider how we can achieve all the said capabilities, and there is a great online resource by Jackson T, who posted a series of blogs discussing how to approach EDR security testing, and you can find the link to this material below this video, right? So of course, we need one or more VMs, and you can even build a dedicated infrastructure for testing. But keep in mind that it should be offline when doing the tests, because you want to avoid accidentally sending something out to the vendor, right? And the exception is when you want to test a cloud security solution and its detection and alerting capabilities, or when you're working on communication disruptions, okay? But the rule of thumb is to keep your testing environment offline. Of course, you have to have access to the source, right? Which is quite easy and I would say inexpensive when dealing with AVs. But for EDRs, it's still very challenging. EDR vendors keep their products, tight close to the chest, so the regular security researcher cannot touch it, which probably will have its consequences in the future, similar to the ones we had with AVs when several years ago, or even more, like over a decade ago, few folks started to deeply investigate AV engines and found a lot of security vulnerabilities in them, right? And one more point regarding your testing environment. It's good to have at least two VMs, one for development and the other for testing. But in some cases, you can work with a single machine, although you should configure some exceptions in the AV or EDR to make your development possible, okay? And that's the strategy we will be employing in our VM. So the testing is about performing or running evasions and checking how it impacts the security solution. So in other words, you have to be sure that detections you want to bypass are observable or not, all right? And privileges, as I said, are a key component in deciding which method can be used operationally, okay? And I call it decision paths or decision trees, and they will be discussed at the end of the course. To learn evasion in Windows, we need some security products that we can use to develop our techniques. We don't have access to an EDR solution for obvious reasons. So we need to find some substitutes that behave similarly to ordinary EDR, but that are available to download and to play with, okay? So for purposes of this course, we will be using two security solutions. Our tested AV will be the Bitdefender, and the reason is it's a popular AV engine used in many, not many, but other AV products as a third-party engine. So for example, some Chinese AVs are based on Bitdefender, all right? And if you're interested, you can find the complete list of where Bitdefender is used in the links below this video. The other reason is that Bitdefender uses most of the typical AV and EDR techniques and also includes some post-exploitation detection, like code injection detection, okay? But I want to be clear here that we won't be focusing on Bitdefender per se, but it is just, an example AV engine we want to experiment on with, the techniques we are going to develop. So it's not just like picking this specific product and learning how to bypass it explicitly, okay? The other security product is Sysmon from Microsoft, which is very popular among companies and organizations, mainly because it's free, right? And it has pretty decent and highly configurable logging capability. And it also uses most of the methods used by typical EDR. Interestingly, it can be set to hide itself, but not in a rootkit sense that, becomes invisible in the system, but it can be configured in a way that it's not trivial to find if you don't know where to look, okay? So for example, its user space service can be renamed, its minifilter driver in the kernel can be also renamed, and other known artifacts can be changed. And in one of the modules we will discuss these features, and also we will show you how you can still detect if the Sysmon is running on the machine, right? One drawback is that Sysmon doesn't even try to defend itself from the highly privileged user. Some EDRs try to harden their configuration so that even system user cannot easily change them, okay? And I'll give you the example. They run their user space processes as PPLs, okay, protected process light, which virtually blocks access to the process in user space from, let's say, another rogue process, okay? Although, it's not a silver bullet, because it is still possible to touch PPL by going through the kernel, okay? Some EDRs also disallow the installation of the agents unless you supply a dedicated deinstallation token or passphrase or password or whatever, and these can all even be per machine generated, okay? All these things are not present in Sysmon, unfortunately, but as I said, other methods are there, and we will try to exploit them during the course. The combination of these two products won't give us, I would say, 100% realism of cloud-based EDR, as these sometimes utilize machine learning and detections. But from my experience, I would say we're pretty close to simulate such an environment, especially from the logging and monitoring perspective, okay? So all the techniques discussed later can be adjusted to specific security solution you're dealing with, and they should help you to find evasions against them, right? That's my goal here. Right, so let's jump straight into it. We will start with a quick discussion about file entropy and how it's involved in the detection cycle. So as we already know, security products use, among other things, static analysis to detect malware at rest, meaning on the disk, right? And these primarily are based on searching for specific byte patterns in the file. Malware developers' response to that used to be, and still is, a code obfuscation and encryption. And these were decently, I would say, decently covered in the Essentials course. So if you didn't take it yet, I encourage you to do that, although we will be using some code snippets from that course. Obfuscation and especially encryption hides our malicious code from praying eyes of antivirus or EDR, but it changes the binary's entropy. So what is entropy? The answer can be a bit different depending on who you ask, okay? Because there are different uses and definitions of this term. For example, we have entropy in information theory. It is called Shannon entropy. We have entropy in thermodynamics, in cryptography, in quantum mechanics, and other sciences, all right? But in general, it's often said that entropy is a measurement of randomness. But what does it really mean? So if you open a file, let's say a binary file in a hex editor, you should quickly notice that there are parts of the file that look like garbage, but there are others which seem to have sort of structure, okay? And entropy allows you to measure, or in other words, calculate if the specific data blob has any structure or if it's just a random stream of data, okay? So entropy gives you a number which indicates how much random the data is, right? The higher the number, the higher entropy. There are various ways to calculate entropy. And why is it important? Because heuristics used in security products also calculate entropy of a file they examine, or even parts of the file, to detect if there are any encrypted data inside and use that information for detection. But of course, it's not a, I would say, decisive factor, but I've seen EPPs and EDRs which triggered alerts on entropy. So it's good to know how to fix your malware's entropy. So let's jump into the VM and see what can be done about it. All right, let's play with file entropy. So let's go to our folder with the code. Let's open up in Notepad. So the code is pretty simple. It just takes a payload, which is AES encrypted, decrypts that and creates a new thread, okay? And let me tell you just one more thing briefly about string obfuscation. So in Essentials and Intermediate course, I told you about it. Basically in Essentials, I told you about the string obfuscation using some encryption or encoding. And here I'm using another sort of technique to representing strings as the byte array, all right? Don't forget about a null byte at the end of that array. So when the compiler compiles this code, it will take this byte array and put it on the stack, and then point or put appropriate addresses in the registers, so that when the call is done, it will point to some address on the stack. So pointing these strings. Yeah. So let's compile that. So 01 01 compile. Let's run it to see if it works. Yeah, it works. And let me just briefly show you this sort of obfuscation thing. So let's open up our implant. And we have get module handle. So let's set a breakpoint there. Get module handle. And let's set a breakpoint. So F2. Let's run it. We are at the entry point, right? Next, and our breakpoint is hit. So we go to call stack and let's see where it was called. Okay, so we have a get module handle. And before this function is called, now you can see that some kind of bytes are being put on the stack, right? RBP is pointing some address on the stack. Yeah, 70E, 7 something something. So these are our kernel32.dll and virtual protect strings. Okay, let me point it here. So we have RBP -30. This is this address. Let's see it. And this is exactly kernel32, as you can see here. Okay, if I point it to there, we will see the 5th bytes, or EL32.dll, and the rest of it, right? And for the virtual protect, that's the other address. So it's A48, and this is exactly this address. All right. And let's see, let's run strings on that. So CRTO tools and strings tools SI strings accept EULA on implant, and let's find kernel32.dll. Okay, as we were running, yeah, it's lowercase. Let's make it case insensitive. Yeah, so that's the other string. What about virtual protect? Let's see. Virtual protect, nothing. But if you search for this, now we can find the first 4 bytes, and that's these 4 bytes. Okay, so this is how this technique works. All right, so time for entropy. So let's open up Helium hex editor and load up our binary there. And let's just take a look at this. So at the beginning we have a P headers, right? They look more or less with some structure. So we have a little bit zeros here and you know, something like here, and then we have a bigger part which definitely looks more random than previously, right? So this is our text section, the code, more data, more random stuff. And then if we go to some data sections, now you see with a clear eye that it looks more like structured, okay, less random. And in particular, if you take a look at Unicode strings, these are definitely some kind of structures, right? At least from the view. So how does it look? How the entropy looks like? So let's check this out. We have a couple parameters that can be set here, but let's leave the blocks for 256 and just let's set entropy for 32-bit computation. Okay, And this is how the chart looks like. So at the beginning we see lower entropy, and these are our PE headers. Okay, then we have our text section, which is more random, and then the data sections. Okay, so from this we actually don't see our payload, encrypted payloads. So let's close that, and let's rename this like that, and let's change our payload to something bigger. Okay, so I've prepared an encrypted message shellcode, but compiled and encrypted as a reflective DLL. Okay, how to create this, it was discussed in intermediate malware development intermediate course. Okay, so let's compile that. Let's save, compile. Let's see if it works. Okay, it does work. So let's rename that to 5. Let's rename that to data, and let's open up in Helium, and let's see the entropy chart. Okay, now it looks a little bit differently, right? So we have P headers, data, text section, some other stuff, and this is definitely our payload. Okay, this is like super random. Okay, it stands out very clearly here. So what can be done? We can try to move that payload into the text section, and so the easiest way is just to take that and put it on stack. Okay, let's save that. Let's compile it again. And let's see if it works. Yep, good. So let's rename it to text and open this in here. So text, and let's generate the entropy chart. So now the text section is, yeah, it looks random, but at least we don't have this like a constant line, right? So it's a little bit better, but there is something else we can do. But before we do that, let's open up another type of file. Let's go to bginfo on a Cisco C drive, and let's open up background JPEG, and it's entropy. So here you can see that the this entropy looks much more different than the binary file, but you probably guessed that it highly depends on the image, right? On the picture. So let's open up another one, which is this one, and generate entropy chart. And now this looks completely different from this one, right? Why is that? Because if we go, let's see how these JPEGs look like. So the first one is background.jpg, and so this is how it looks. We have some Internet Explorer logo with URL and basically constant background. But the second image, a modern IE, is just a blue background. And with that, the chart looks like it's nothing random here. Why? Because that's the reason, right? So the encoding of the blue blue color on the background, like in entire picture. And there we have another file there, this one, and let's generate entropy here. And now we see that there is a almost super high entropy through the whole file, right? So how can we use that? We can do something like this. Let's copy. And by the way, before we go there, let's see this picture. And this is our VM background, right? So it's much more complicated than the previous images. So let's copy this third one. It was 7. Yep. Let's call it a JPEG. And now let's do concatenation. So we take our implant, let's take the text one and add to JPEG. And now we should have a working JPEG, right? But its entropy, let's get it back here. Its entropy looks like this. So yeah, this is definitely the P headers, right? But this looks a little bit better than what we had previously. And how you can use that? You can, maybe you recall from the Essentials course, there was an optional assignment which was about creating a concatenated image file with an encrypted payload and everything put into the resource section. Okay, so this is what you can actually do, and now you know the reason of that kind of exercise. The very same technique could be used to concatenate two binaries. So let's take our implant, whatever, this one, for example, and add something more legitimate, kernel 32, and add it to bin.exe. If it should be, yeah, it still works, right? But its entropy is probably a concatenation of the two. But why am I showing this to you? Because you might be very surprised, but this is very effective way of it's like a quick fix for any detection based on entropy, and I used that several times, and it was really effective against some EDRs, for example, right? So there you have it. This was binary entropy and how you can play with that. All right, so we covered entropy and how we can deal with that to fix the entropy. The other sort of piece of information that should make your binary look more legit is image details. Okay, and let me show you what I mean by that. So let's go to props, and actually let's just compile. And now we have our binary. So our binary is just the same payload running message box, okay? And if we take the properties of the image file and click details, we see a lot of empty fields here, right? Product name, version name, copyright, file description, language, and so on, okay? While when you open up, let's say, let me open up a different, let's say C Windows System 32, and let's go to, that's kernel, my favorite one. When you compare it to this, it has all the details filled out, right? So how to fix that? Well, the easiest way to do that is to use Resource Hacker, okay? And Resource Hacker is a tool allowing you to play with resources section in the binary. So let's open our implant there. All right. And as you can see, it's empty. But in an action option, you can actually add from resource file for an existing binary. So let's use our kernel 32 DLL. Okay, and we have two resources in this section. So we are interested in version info. Okay, let's import it. And yeah, this is how it looks. You can actually edit it here, but let's just save that. Okay, and now if we get back to original F5, we have an original. Okay, so this is the original image, and now the one we've edited with Resource Hacker, and now the details are they came from the kernel32.dll, right? Okay, so that's the one way to do that. And so let's rename that to reshack. But the other way, you can actually use a different. You can use the Microsoft compiler for that. And I've already prepared the version info RC resource file for that. So let's compile using a different batch. Compile ver.bat. Okay. And this file will also include the same file from kernel32, but here you can see that I've changed the copyright to Macro Heart Corporation instead of Microsoft Corporation, right? So how this works? Let's see. So we're using a resource compiler, using an input file or RC file, and then it's being translated into the object image and then linked together with our implant. And resource file was extracted actually using Resource Hacker. So this is the same information as you can see from here, but now you can edit it as much as you want. Microsoft, right? And if we recompile that, our implant should be, yep, now it's Microsoft.corporation, right? So as I said earlier, it's not like a decisive factor in detection, but the more you make your binary, your file look legitimate, the more the higher chances that it's going to pass through the filters. Okay. All right. So after fixing our entropy and adding some details into the image file, now let's talk about signatures. So signatures are pretty standard right now in Windows 10, and a lot of binaries are already signed by Microsoft or other CAs or certificate authorities. Okay, so let's take a look at how it looks like. So let's go to my favorite example, which is kernel 32. Windows system 32, and let's see kernel 32.dll. So we can see that this DLL has been signed. Okay, signature is okay. We can see the certificate. Certificate path, so it has some intermediate certificate authority, and root certificate comes from Microsoft, right? And if we go to our binary, this is the copy of the one we've used in the previous module. So let's go to it and compile. So this binary contains the details. Okay, it's Microsoft Corporation, not macro hard, but it doesn't have a signature, right? It's not signed. So so let's do that. Let's sign our binary. Now, normally you would use a certificate which is it was issued for code signing, okay? But these are paid, and you might it's from time to time they are leaked on the internet, and you can try to find them. But here we will just generate our self-signed certificate for that, and we could be using PowerShell, but I prefer to go like old school, so we will be using makecert and sign tools. So I have a prepared command already. So first we need to generate a certificate for CA, okay, certificate authority. So this option tells makecert to generate a new certificate for an authority, and we just keep setting the passwords. Yes, no passwords. Okay, succeeded. Okay, now we have two files, CA-PVK and CA-cert. Next, we create a self-signing tool. A certificate for which will be used to sign our binary, and this certificate will be signed by our CA. Okay. And it will be using these specific options. So EKU means enhanced key usage, and this is a field in a certificate stating for what kind, what purposes of this certificate has been issued for. So this number is for code signing. This one is for protected process verification, and the last one is for a Windows system component verification. And the only reason I'm adding these two are that I was using some native Microsoft binary, Windows binary, you know, for this certificate. So that's the only reason. You can definitely remove them from the command line. All right, so yeah, we don't want to set password, and now we should have our certificate here, and we need to before we sign our image, we need to convert that into PFX format. So for that, we use this tool, and now we are ready to sign our image. But before I do that, let me close that, and let's make a copy and just rename it to original, right? Okay, successfully signed, image signed 1, that's fine. So let's see, this is the original one, so no digital certificate, digital signatures tab present, and with that we have such. And of course this certificate, yeah, it says that root certificate is not trusted, right? Because the root certificate is self-signed. This certificate is okay, it says okay, but yeah, we to make it more legitimate, we would need to install this root certificate on the machine, but it's a noisy operation, so to speak. And if we take a look at the details, EKU, we have code signing, protected process verification, and Windows component, system component verification. Okay. So that's how we can use this technique to sign our binary. And so to summarize, all these techniques will not fool any decent incident responder, okay? But this is not our goal. As I said earlier, we're aiming at bypassing or evading any automated mechanism which tries to determine if our binary is malicious or not, and adding these small pieces of information like binary details or signature or keeping your entropy low should make your image file look more legit and eventually fly under the radar, okay? Let's take a closer look into the hooks and how they work. So let's start our notepad and let's attach a debugger to it. Okay. And let's go to symbols and let's take a look at ntdll.dll. So let's say, let's see this syscall. So usually syscalls look like this, okay? Some value from RCX register is stored in R10, and the syscall ID number is stored in AAX, and it is followed by syscall instruction, after which the code starts to being executed in kernel mode. Okay, so this is the transition from user mode to kernel mode, where the kernel does its thing, you know, with a particular syscall, and then it returns here. Now, if we go to NT-adjust privileges token as an example, here you can see a jump, all right? A jump to some instruction, to some other place in the code. But definitely you don't see these, you know, MOV R10, RX, and the ID is being stored in EAX register. So let's go there and here we can see RAX stores some value, okay, which is then pushed on the stack. Another value being stored in RAX, and we see ret. So this combination, the combination of these two instructions means we are calling this address, all right? So let's go there as well. Let's copy this address, Control G, and we see something like this, okay? Now debugger says we are still in Notepad memory space. So let's take a look at memory map, which was, what was that, 20, 47, 28, no, 72 B3, all right? So 20, 47, 2 B3, all right? So there is a memory region, private. It says it's read-only. It has a size of 2 memory pages, which is weird because it should be code, like it looks like code, right? So let's use process hacker and see what we can see here. So let's go to Notepad, and so it was 20, 47, 2 B3, right? So 2 pages, and the first one is read only, but the second one is readable, executable, okay? Okay, so what this code does, we won't be going very detailed investigation of what is happening here, but clearly you can see that registers are being stored somewhere on the stack, and then there is a call to RAX which holds the address of some pointer to at CUF64 DLL, which is a Bitdefender injected DLL, all right? And this is the DLL which sets those hooks. So to summarize what we see here, let's go back with minus. So if anything calls in the process, calls this function, all right, either Notepad or any additional DLL, this call will be redirected to a DLL which is injected by Bitdefender AV, right? So let's take a look at how these hooks are, when these hooks are actually set. So let's reload that, but before that, let's set a breakpoints on DLL load. Let's reload it. So now we see anti-DLL is being loaded in a process. And now if we can we see that or not? Anti-DLL, yeah, some bug. So let's token. It was adjust privilege token. And now you see there is no hook here, right? So let's run again. We see kernel 32 being loaded, kernel base DLL, and we have our Bitdefender DLL at CUF64.dll. All right. So let's see if there is any shellcode injected in the meantime, and there is one at this address. Okay, it's only 4 kilobytes, so with 1 page. So let's copy paste address and let's go there, Ctrl G, and well, it doesn't look like code, right? So let's go, let's see it in a dump, and now it makes more sense. We see Unicode strings, so add conf64.dll, so the name of our DLL, and some path as well. Yep. So it looks like that AV, when it detects the new process creation, it will inject some shellcode with these strings, and probably this shellcode will actually load this DLL into the process, and we can actually check that. So let's set a breakpoint here for memory access. Let's run it, and we have a hit. Oh, we see the load DLL call from anti-DLL. We are still in this memory region, right? 7D F1E. Yeah. So we are actually down below somewhere. Oh, yeah, this is our shellcode. Yeah, so basically, and once the DLL is loaded, the DLL, the AV DLL is loaded, this library will set those hooks on anti-DLL and other libraries. All right. So this is a particular implementation of used in Bitdefender. Other vendors might do this slightly differently, but the principle is pretty much the same. Okay. Next, let's find out what will happen if we will try to inject a payload into a remote process. So let's go to our shell folders, unhooks, and classic injection. All right, let's open up implant.cpp in Notepad, and what we have here, we have our classic code known from earlier courses like malware development essentials or intermediate course. So if you already took them, you should be pretty much familiar with that code. If not, the code is pretty straightforward. So our target is Notepad, so we are trying to get its process ID, all right, with this function. Then we open up this process, Notepad, and Notepad is being opened, and then we inject our payload. The payload is simple message box, all right, and injection goes like this. We decrypt our payload, then we allocate some memory in remote process, in this case in Notepad. We write our payload there, and we create a thread, all right, in Notepad. So let's compile that. So git do f0201 classic injection, and let's try to run it and see what happens. So implant.exe, and we can see that the payload has been injected, but nothing happened, right? And you might wonder why. Let's first check if it got injected. So let's go to memory. Let's take a look at if there is, oh, there are a lot of. So let's check these one by one. And here's our payload. All right. This is our shellcode. So Notepad got injected, but nothing happened. And the reason is pretty simple, because we have excluded our shelled folder from being investigated by Bitdefender. All right. And what does it mean on the process level? So there is no hook, no hook being set on in our implant. Now let's actually try it. So get jar. Let's recompile this. Compile. And let's run it again. All right. So at this point, let's attach a debugger to implant and go to symbols. Oh, anti-DLL. We need to get rid of this. Okay, now we're ready. So let's take a look at these token syscalls. And as you can see, there is no hook here. All right. So now if we run it and hit enter, the injection works and nothing else happens. All right. So at least we know that the code works. All right. So let's, for our testing, let's create another folder which is not excluded. Let's call it tests, and let's copy, let's call it classic injection. All right. And so let's run Notepad, run this guy. And if we attach, we should see hooks set on some of the syscalls. Yep, now we see them. All right, so let's detach it and hit enter. Where is our notepad? Hit enter. And implant classic process has been killed. Our notepad.exe has been killed. So let's take a look at here. We need to wait a bit for this message to come up, and we see that Bitdefender has detected malicious application, and it was our implant classic, and now your device is safe. And more interestingly, Bitdefender didn't only removed implant classic.exe from the disk, but also it removed the whole folder. All right. So now we know that these hooks work, and the next step is to find out how we can make our injection successful. So what we can do about these hooks, okay, and to make our classic injection work again. So there are a couple of different techniques for removing those hooks or bypassing them, okay. One of the, I call them classic method, is to use a fresh copy of anti-DLL from the disk to override those hooks, so clear them out. All right, let's see the code, how it looks like. So this code is pretty much similar to the classic injection one. So this part is responsible for injection, But before we do the injection, we do the unhooking and how it is performed. So we need a fresh copy of NTDLL from the disk, and it's opened here. Okay, create file from NTDLL path variable, which is X or encrypted. Okay, it's here. So we decrypt the path and open up a handle to this file. And then we map the file to the memory of our process. All right. Once it's mapped, we call unhook NTDL function with two parameters. One is the pointer of NTDLL module originally loaded into the process during the creation time. Okay, so this module has those hooks inside. All right. And the second parameter is the mapping we did here. All right, so let's go to unmap NTDLL function. And this function parses the fresh copy of NTDLL module headers, okay? And the reason is because we want to find the text section or the section of the containing the code without hooks, okay? And once we find that, we change the protection on the original, so the first NTDLL with those hooks, okay, to be readable, writable, and executable. And the reason is that we want to overwrite the code section, which normally is read-only, okay, and executable. And after that, we copy the entire text section from the fresh copy from the disk onto the module with hooks. All right. So this is this memcopy function. And after that, we restore the original protection settings on the original NTDLL. And we return. And after that, we get rid of the fresh NTDLL copy mapping from our process, and then we do the injection. So let's take a look at how it works. So let's go to fresh copy, let's compile the code. And we need to go to C. Let's create a new folder with tests. F5, let's copy, and let's call it like fresh copy. All right, so we need Notepad. Let's run it. Okay, so now we have check one. So check one is here. So it is just before we call unhook NTDLL function, but after we map the fresh copy of NTDLL. Okay, so we can see it somewhere in here. So we see NTDLL, which was mapped originally when the process was created, but there is another NTDLL copy here, which is a fresh copy. And before we continue, let's attach a debugger to our implant to see those hooks. All right, so let's adjust token privileges. Okay, so we see that the hook is in place. So let's continue the execution. Now hit enter. And now we are at check 2, which is just after the unhook NTDLL function. And if you reanalyze the module, now the hook is gone. All right. And not only this one, but you can, map view of section. It is also clear yeah, basically all those syscalls are clear right now. So if you continue and we hit enter, our shellcode gets executed, and yeah, nothing happens. So this was the classic unhooking method, so removing hooks from NTDLL. Previously, we unhooked NTDL module from the process memory using a fresh copy from disk. Another technique is to use system calls directly, but the problem is that system call numbers change with every Windows release. So for example, let's say ntcreate thread system call is 4B in Windows 7, okay, and it can be 4C or 4E in Windows 10 depending on which release it is. All right. One way to deal with this problem is to dynamically detect which version of Windows our code is running on, and then use specific system call numbers for that version. But this requires implementing a lot of redundant code. Smelly and Emotet implemented a technique called Hell's Gate, which tries to resolve these system call numbers dynamically without a need to hard code them inside your program. So let me show you the code. All right. So let's go to Hell's Gate folder, and there you can find the original paper describing, all the techniques, some introduction and some history, and then both authors walk you through the code, discussing the details step by step. But we will do this again here. So let's take a look at the code, and there are two main, the most important parts of it. Okay, so first one is Hell's Gate ASM, which holds very simple two functions in assembly. One is called Hell's Gate, and the other one is Hell Descent. Hell's Gate, the only thing it does, it takes the parameter of that function, which is stored in ECX register, and it will copy the value from that register into the global variable called W system call. All right. Hell Descent is, as you might see and recall, this is just a system call stub. Okay, so once someone calls that function, it will actually make the system call to the kernel. All right, using the system call number from the global variable. That's basically all from this part. Now the second thing is the C code, which is a little bit more complicated, but not that much. All right. The whole technique, Hell's Gate technique, uses two tables, or actually one table and two structures. The first structure is it's called VX table, and it is a sort of array of structures of type VX table entry. All right, VX table entry is comprised of three elements: P address, which holds an address of the function; hash, which is 64-bit integer; and system call, which holds the number of the system call. All right, and in this particular implementation, the VX table will actually hold information for only 4 system calls. Okay, NT-allocate virtual memory, NT-protect virtual memory, NT-create thread EX, and NT-wait for single object. One thing to note here is that Hell's Gate tries to use only functions from NTDLL. Okay, it doesn't need any additional DLLs like kernel 32 or user 32 or whatever. Okay, it will only utilize anti-DLL. Now, why this table is important? This table will hold all the necessary information to call these functions directly. Okay, but to call them, we have to resolve these system call numbers which correspond to each of these functions. Okay, so let's take a look at the main function. And the main function is not very complicated. If you have taken malware development intermediate course, this part will be easy peasy for you. All right, as I said, a Hellsgate doesn't use any additional DLLs or functions from other DLLs, only anti-DLL. All right. So if we want to find a specific system call number, we have to parse anti-DLL straight in memory. And how we find the address of anti-DLL in memory? We can utilize process environment block. All right, which holds the pointer to a double linked list, which is called in-memory order module list. And this list holds all the loaded modules of the process. All right. The first module on the list is the image of the process itself, and the second is anti-DLL. All right. So from that call, we actually read the value from the list, and this value is actually giving us the address of anti-DLL in our process. Okay. Now the next step is we need to extract export directory from our anti-DLL. All right, and we are doing this with this function. So let's go there. And again, this is pretty straightforward. We are just parsing PE headers from of the anti-DLL and looking for export directory. And once it's found, it is returned in that parameter. All right. Next step. So here we have our export directory, and the next step is we are ready to parse the anti-DLL and look for our system calls we are interested in. All right. So we are interested in 4 functions: anti-allocate, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay. So what we do, we store the hash of the name of our function. Okay. So this is the hash of anti-allocate virtual memory. And this hash comes from this function, all right, DJB2. The author of it is Daniel J. Bernstein, the well-known American mathematician. Okay, so this Smalley and Amonsek used this specific hash function for their code, right? So again, we store the hash of the name of the function we are looking for, and then we try to locate that function in anti-DLL. All right, so we pass 3 parameters: the address of anti-DLL in memory, the address of its export directory, and a pointer to our structure. All right. So let's go to see what this function, how this function works. From here you can see, it just goes through export address table of anti-DLL in this for loop, okay, so one by one, and it will try to find if there is a match of a function name hash matching our hash we are looking for. Okay, so in the first call we are looking for anti-allocated virtual memory. all right? And if this matches, we store the address of that function in our structure, right? And the next step is we need to find the system call number which corresponds to our function, all right? We do that in this while loop. And the most important part is here. So we are looking for this system call stub, okay? And we are looking for specific bytes. Why these bytes? Well, because these bytes translate into these instructions. And let me show it to you. So let's run Notepad, attach, and let's go to whatever. Let's make it token. NTDLL token. Okay. So we have, let's compare it here. So what we have here? We have the first byte is 4C. We have 4C here. The next one is 8B. 8B. The next one, D1. D1. So these 3 bytes mean move value from RCX to R10 register, okay? The next byte is B8, which is here. And this, after that byte, we have 2 bytes which actually contain the system call number, which is 6B here, or 6C here, right? Or 6D here, right? And after the system call number, we have 2 null bytes, which are also checked in this if statement. So if we have found all these bytes, it means we are in a system call stub. And if we are there, we can take these 2 bytes, all right, and store them in our structure under W system call element, right? And that's basically how this function works. So we do this 4 times for each function, and after that we call payload function with our table. And what this function does, it's using these 2 functions from assembly we talked at the beginning, so Hell's Gate and Descent, in a way like this. So now we have in VX table, now we have all the data populated across our structures, right? So if we want to call anti-allocate virtual memory, we need to first call Hell's Gate with the number as a parameter, okay? And this value will be stored in this global variable. And after that, if we call held descent as we would be calling anti-allocate virtual memory, so these parameters are exactly corresponding to the parameters that anti-allocate virtual memory function takes, right? This will call held descent with a system call we passed earlier. Okay, that's basically it. So here we allocate virtual memory, then we decrypt our payload, and our payload is again our well-known message box shellcode. Then we copy that decrypted payload into LP address, so the memory region allocated here, right? Okay, and VX memory is just copying by byte by byte, one by one. Then we change permissions on our allocated memory because we allocated it as read-write. And now if we want to execute it, we have to change that to execute read. And if all is good, we can call the last, well, not the last, we can call anti-create thread using health gate and health descent combo with our payload. And the last thing is we wait for the thread to finish. So in other words, this part will actually create a new thread running our decrypted payload inside our in our process. We are not injecting it into another process, but we could actually do that using the very same technique. So, yep, that's pretty much it. Now let's go to the debugger and see how it works under the hood. So let's go, before we compile this, let me show it. So I have added a debug break instruction here, which will basically insert the int3 instruction, meaning it will be a sort of hard-coded breakpoint in our code. So if we want to use that, we need to use a debugger. We need to run our it under debugger, okay? And it's only for demonstration purposes. Actually, for the production code or sort of operational code, you need to get rid of that, okay? So let's go to 03 Hellsgate, and to compile it, let's use this command, okay? And now our code is here. Okay. All right. So let's close that. We don't need Notepad anymore. Let's open Unhooks and Hellsgate x64 release Hellsgate. Okay. Run it. Okay, we run it, entry point, run it, and here's our int3, all right? Okay, so we are here, right? So the next thing, as you can see here, in RAX register, we will be storing our hash value, which is this one, and then we will call get vx table entry, all right, with these three parameters. Okay, so RCX will hold the address of the anti-DLL module. RDX is actually getting value from RBX, which is set somewhere here. That doesn't matter. It's basically a pointer to our export directory from anti-DLL, and the last parameter is actually a pointer to our structure. All right. So let's run it. Let's hit F7 or step into, and before we go further, we have to get rid of this int3. So to do that, we need to assemble and just nop it out this instruction. Okay, so F7, and so RAX contains our hash value. Now R8 take some address and let's see what is there then. So follow in dump in R8. So as you can see, it already holds our hash value. So this address, since it's R8, which is the third parameter, okay, is the third parameter. So it's the address of our structure for NT-allocate virtual memory, all right? And just a quick reminder, so the second element of this structure is our hash. Here we should see the address of our function we are looking for, and the next one, the next value is for our system call. Okay, so let's, and then we're not going to go through this function. We just step over and let's see what happens. We see some address here and number 18. So let's verify what is this. Let's go back to here. Let's copy this. Let's go to our symbols and DLL. Okay. And let's see what we have here. So we have NT-allocate virtual memory, and its system call ID, system call number is 18, exactly like this one. All right. So our first structure has been filled out. We can get back with minus. Okay. And then we go with the next call. Okay. So this time it will be create thread EX. So we can F8, 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 and now we see this value being filled out, BC. Okay. So instead of copying this value and going through the symbols, and we can actually take this address and follow keyword in disassembler. We don't have this in comment, but you can see here that it is actually referring is the address of NT create thread EX, which is BC as here. All right. So it means it works and our table is getting filled out. All right. So let's hit run. And now we have one structure, second structure, third structure, and fourth structure. Okay. This has been filled out. And then the code is running, so it's actually VX table is F99. Let's actually take this value, F Control G, and go to this address, and these are the values. Okay. Now, so where we are in the code. So we've passed here, we are here, and now we are going to enter the payload function. So it is in here, actually, yeah, it is in here. So let's set a breakpoint here and hit enter. And now let's enter with F7 or step into, okay. Let's get rid of that. And what we have here is this code. Okay, so we are loading load library, and this is actually only needed for this message box payload, because the payload itself doesn't load that library. It just assumes that this library is already in the process, so we need to load it earlier. Okay, so the next step is load library is here. Then we do some printf. Where is it? It's here. Okay, and then we will be doing some stuff. So let's set a breakpoint here. Let's run. We actually see two values. So let's take this value and go to expressional control G. And this is our health gate. So again, this is this code, health gate, followed by health descent. All right, you should be recognizing these already. All right, so hit minus, and now we are here, so we can hit enter. The breakpoint is hit. And what happens next? Let's see the code. What happens next is we actually going to use healthgate and health descent functions. So let's take a look at this. Remember that RCX is being utilized by healthgate because healthgate takes only one parameter, which is this one, right? And then it is used here to copy the value to global variable. So we see ECX is being filled with some value, and this value is actually 18, which is the function system call number for our anti-allocate virtual memory. All right, this one. So F7 or step into, these values are actually setting up some stuff for other things, and let's go into step into this healthgate. So again, ECX, where is it? Is holding 18, all right? And this memory will be holding this particular system call number. All right, and we're coming back to our main code. Now we are going to call health descent with all these parameters. Okay. And the second parameter is an address to a variable which will store the pointer to a newly allocated memory using this function. All right. So it means RCX is going to store something. So let's hit R7 several times, and no, sorry, not RCX, RDX. RDX. Yep. So again, my bad. RCX is the first address, first parameter, and the second one, RDX, is LP address. So in other words, this address will hold the address of newly allocated memory once we come back from the kernel. All right. So F7, let's step into health descent. And again, now we take the value from global variable, which is 18. We store it in EAX, and we call system call. Okay. Step over, And now you can see that this value has been filled out. So let's take a look at what this value is in process memory, in a process hacker. So it's 02D8, 02D8, okay, 773A, 773A. All right, there is a memory page which was allocated, and it is readable and writable. Okay, makes sense. Why? Because this is exactly what we are doing here. We are allocating memory which is readable and writable. Okay. So as you can see, Hell's Gate work. Okay, F7. And what's the next? We actually we can double check here this the address of the newly allocated memory. So let's hit F9 or continue, and it's exactly the same address. So we can actually take that address and let's go to expression, Control V, and this is empty right now. All right, but after a while we should see this memory being filled with decrypted payload. All right, so we won't going to go through this step by step, and we already saw that Hell's Gate and Hell Descent work. So let's just hit enter, and now you can see our payload being decrypted here, right? So I think everything should be ready now, and yep, if we hit enter, our shellcode gets executed. All right. Okay. So as you can see, the Hell's Gate works really well, but there is one problem, and let me first show it to you, and then I will tell you what is happening. So let's copy this. So copy, let's go to our tests and paste it. Let's call it AG as Hell's Gate. Oh, but we need to remove one thing, which is the breakpoint. Where is it? Let's remove this breakpoint, and let's recompile it. All right. Let's remove that and copy this again. And if we run it, nothing happens. And the reason is in the code. So we run it, we go, the Hell's Gate tries to resolve these functions. So it goes to get VX table entry, and if it finds, we know that this works, right? But now we are running our code from the tests folder, which means our NTDLL is hooked. Okay, it has the AV hooks, and if it has AV hooks, there are a couple of checks which check if these hooks are in place. Okay, and which one of it? Which is one? Let me show it to you again. So let's go to NTDLL, allocate virtual memory. It's not hooked. Okay, so where is it? Let's see what is hooked. Probably create thread should be hooked. So let's go there. Create thread. Yep. So what happens here is when this code lands in the stub, it will try to find these bytes, right? But if it cannot find them, all right, and reaches something like this, where is it? FE F0 F005 F005, it says, okay, we are too far, so we return false. It means that this function fails, and if it fails, we return an error, basically. So we get out from win main, which basically ends up the call. Actually, this is here, not here. This will get resolved. This won't. All right. So Hell's Gate works very well, but it is not able to process the NTDLL, which is already hooked by AV or EDR or whatever EPP solution is running on the machine. And this is where Halo's Gate comes into play. What is Halo's Gate? It's basically a patch to Hell's Gate, making it work with hooked NTDLL. In other words, Halo's Gate will resolve system call numbers dynamically, even with hooks set by the AV or EDR, and without reading a fresh copy of NTDLL from disk. Now, how it is possible? This technique is based on the fact that not all system calls are hooked, and their numbers are linear and ordered in the process memory, all right? So if we discover that a system call we are interested in is hooked, we can check its neighbors to see if they are clean, okay? And if not, we can check neighbors of their neighbors up until we find the clean one, which with each time counting how far away we are from the original syscall, all right? I know it sounds complicated, but it's not, okay? And I will show it in the debugger, okay? So let's start entity notepad. Let's attach to it. We know that it should be hooked, so let's say create thread. Okay, so now we see that create thread syscall is hooked. Okay, but if we go up by 32 bytes, okay, on 64-bit architecture, we see that another syscall is also hooked. Okay, this time it's create process EX. But if we go down 32 bytes, we can see there is a is process in job function, all right? And this one is not hooked. And so that's one. We found a clean syscall, okay? With syscall number equals 4F. So the other fact is that the syscalls are like linear, so their numbers are like one by one, increased one by one. So this would mean that our call is actually 4E, okay? This one should be for D, and the next one is for C. Okay, and for B, this one for A, but it's hooked, and we have for 49. Okay, and if we go down, the same goes. So so we have 50, 51. This one is hooked, but we have 53. Okay, so this is the normal observation, and we can use that to resolve our system call numbers dynamically. Okay, so let's take a look at the code. So let's go to Hello's Gate. As I said, it's a patch, so let's open a main C. So this code is pretty much the same as in the previous one, but the getVxTable entry function has been modified. Okay, so if we have found the function we are looking for, so the hashes are match. Okay, we check if we are 100% sure that we are in a syscall stub. If so, that's cool. We get the numbers, store it here, and we return. But if there is a hook, okay, so byte is in E9, okay, E9, what we do, we just go through the neighbors, and starting from the nearest ones. So, and this for loop does basically this. So it goes up, actually go down, okay, in the first, and go down, down and up are defined here, 32, and this 32 means that the whole stub, the whole syscall stub is 32 bytes, okay. This one, this is exactly 32 bytes, and this is true for 64-bit Windows 10. Okay, and for 32-bit, as far as I remember, these stubs are 16 bytes. Okay, so this implementation works only on 64-bit Windows 10. Now, so again, we check one neighbor down. Okay, and if we found one, we take its system call number and decrease it by the index, so how far away we are from our original system call. If this system call is also hooked, then we check the neighbor which is one up. Okay, and again, if we found the clean one, we will actually add the distance from our system call. Okay, and if this one is also hooked, then we increase our index to 2, and then the process goes on. Okay, up until we find the clean one, and we get its number, and we adjust it with the index number. Okay, that's basically the whole process. So let's go to our Hello's Gate, and let's compile it. Okay, and actually we can close that as well. So let's go to Hello's Gate, here, release. Okay, and let's Halo, let's run it. So enter, yep, and now it works. And let me run it again and attach a debugger to see that the hooks are still there. So let's go to NTDLL, create thread. Okay, you can see that there is still hook on create thread, and actually we are using which one was that? EX. Yeah, it's EX. So let's this one. Okay, this one is hooked. Okay, we run it. The hook is still there, right? It is. Okay, so yep, it works. It works as intended. So Halo's gate is a slight modification of Hell's gate, allowing you to call system calls directly without unhooking NTDLL. Peruns fart is a different technique of unhooking, and unlike Halo's gate, it will try to unhook NTDLL, but without reading a fresh copy from disk, because some EDRs might flag such behavior as suspicious. Okay. So how can we access fresh copy of NTDLL without touching disk? Well, we can read it from a new process. We know that during process creation, there's a slight delay between loading NTDLL into a new process and AV injecting its monitoring DLL into the same process, right? But how to win this race condition? Well, we don't have to, because the only thing needed is to spawn the new process in suspended mode, okay? This effectively blocks AV from injecting its DLL up until the process is resumed. So between spawning and resuming time, NTDLL is clean, okay? The only drawback is that NTDLL is not easily copy-paste, because some relocations have of the fresh copy has to be made, or we will just copy out the part related to syscalls, which rather won't be an object to relogs. Okay, so let's take a look into the code. So let's go to here and open up. So this code is based on the fresh copy implant, and so this part is the same. We are going to inject our message box, encrypted message box, into the notepad, but the unhooking process is different. Okay, so what we do, we create a new process. I picked cmd.exe, but it can be any process. Okay, in suspended mode, right? And from that process, I need to copy out an NTDLL. Okay, so what I do, I just parse P headers, okay, of the NTDLL, and get the size of the image, so that I know that how many bytes I need to copy out, and I create a new memory region. I'll allocate a new memory. I call it cache, which will hold the temporary copy of this fresh NTDLL without hooks. Okay, and once it's done, so I copy that this data, or the code actually, and then I can terminate the process because I don't need it anymore, and the fresh, clean NTDL is in the cache right now. And then I will call unhook NTDLL function with with two parameters. One is the pointer to our hooked NTDLL, and the second parameter with a pointer to our cache containing, a clean NTDLL. All right, and after that we can do the injection. So let's go to this function, and this one is similar to the previous one, like the one we using the fresh copy from the disk. But instead of so it looks through the the NTDLL and tries to find the text section, okay? And when it's found, it will change the protection, okay, here, and at the end it will restore this protection. So that's the same thing as in the first technique, but this part is different. Okay, this part is responsible for finding the I call it syscall table. So all these syscall stubs in a clean NTDLL memory, and once they are found, I will just copy them onto so from cache I'm copying these to NTDLL. Okay. The only question is how I find this syscall table. So I have two functions: find first syscall and find last syscall, and these these names are descriptive enough to say what these functions do. So the first function takes our NTDL from cache, and it starts to look for these two patterns. So first of all, we go from the beginning of the NTDLL and go byte by byte, and we compare each time with this pattern. Okay, and this pattern means syscall and followed by return. And when it is found, we then need to find the beginning of the syscall. Okay, so from that position we will go upwards up until we find this pattern. Okay, so it's CC CC CC, so it's 3 times in 3 instruction. And let me show it to you in the debugger what I'm talking about. So attach to notepad. Let's go to symbols, NTDLL, and as far as I remember, it was access check. Is it? Yeah, that's the first syscall. Okay, so again, we're going from the beginning, checking the pattern, and this pattern is here 0F05 C3. Okay, so when it is found, then we go up from here looking for these bytes, CC CC CC. So we go up until here. Okay, and if it's found, then we know that this address is the first byte of the first syscall. Okay, and the second function works similarly, but this time we are going from the end of NTDLL and looking for this pattern. Okay, so if we go downwards, and we need to scroll that too much. Yeah. So the end of the so-called syscall table looks like this. Okay, so we are looking for these bytes, and this pattern is 0F05 C3 D CD and so on. And these are pretty much the similar bytes in other releases of Windows 10. Okay, so once we have these two addresses here, this is called start and this is called end, we calculate the size of it and just, you know, make the copy, and again adjust the protections, and that's it. At this point we should be clean, so we can proceed with our injection. Okay, so let's close that. Let me compile it. And let's copy this to our test. To our test folder, and let's run it. And let's attach our debugger there as well. So it's Perun, and as you can see here, so Perun has started a new process, which is CMD, and it's suspended. The main thread is suspended. Okay. Yep. So, and the cache is, this is the address of the cache. So let's Control G, and this is the copy of the NTDLL from the cmd.exe process. Okay, suspended one. So once we have the copy, we can kill the process, and it's gone, as you can see. So now we are entering this function. Okay, and what we have here, we have first this call has been found here. So let's go there, Control G. Yep, that's the one. Okay, the second one, the last one actually is here. That's correct. And these are the addresses. So this is the beginning of the syscall table in our hooked NTDLL, and this one is actually this one. Okay. And let's take a look at NTDLL again, the original one. Let's create thread EX as an example. So we have a hook here. Okay. So if we hit enter and reanalyze, the hook is gone. Okay. And this is our create thread EX function syscall with clean code. It's okay. So now we can start our notepad, and we just can hit enter, and our code gets injected into notepad. So that was Perun's fart. And by the way, the name of this technique is a sort of a word game, because fart in Polish means luck. All right, so that was Perun's luck. Windows includes the ETW, or Event Tracing for Windows facility, to analyze the sequence of and timing of application and operating system events. Now, each event provides some metadata like timestamp, process ID, thread ID, some SIDs or user identifiers, and so on. Okay. Event also contains user-defined data, which holds the main event information, like host names for DNS traffic, or let's say WMI execution information, .NET runtime, event details, and so on. ETW architecture has a few components. In the center, there are event traces created and managed by controllers with providers and consumers as the data generators and, so to speak, data clients. Event traces are just sequences of event records, and they consist of a set of buffers which store the events and that can be read by event consuming applications or written to an associated file for persistent storage. And events are written to one or more traces from where they can be read by any interested parties. Okay. Now, event providers are components that write events to a trace, but they do not have control over which trace the events are actually sent to because it's the function of the ETW controllers. In other words, controllers send configuration information to providers telling them what data should be sent and where to. Which buffers, okay? So controllers can start and stop an event trace, attach and detach multiple providers into a trace, and they also control the resources used by the trace. Lastly, event consumer is any application that reads event records either from the log file or from a real-time buffer, and then it just interprets the data, okay? And that's basically a high-level picture of ETW. I used to call ETW as a monitoring bloodstream of Windows because it provides more thorough, more detailed, and more timely data than other log management facilities in Windows. So for example, with ETW, you can see what exactly was the command line invoked by with PowerShell. You can, what else? You can detect classic parent process ID spoofing we are going to talk about later. Okay, so this is really powerful logging facility. Interestingly, ETW is a, so to speak, best effort framework, which means it does not guarantee that all events are captured. Okay, in some circumstances, events can be just dropped. So yeah, it's good to remember that. There are two types of ETW API, one for the user space and one for the kernel space. And we're going to be focusing on Win32 API. So here we have a list of different functions. So for example, few for controlling traces, enabling, disabling trace providers, okay, some for one for registering provider, a few functions which are responsible for writing events to the trace. Okay, so I'm highlighting these as they are, so to speak, interesting from the attacker's perspective. Okay, so let's see ETW in action. So as an example, I've prepared a simple application which will load a CLR into its memory space and initialize it. Okay, so this code is pretty much similar to the one we used in Unhooking using a fresh copy of NTDLL from disk. All right, so this is just Unhooking part, and yeah, we are just going to load a CLR DLL into our process and call Sysmon-CLR function, which will initiate the CLR properly. Okay, so it will use COM interface to initiate the .NET runtime. Okay. We won't going to cover this part, but basically this is what this is the initiation of CLR in our process, and this is just an example of allowing you to see how ETW is powerful. All right, so let's compile that. Let's compile that code. And also we will need to enable logging. Okay, so for that you can use this file with commands, and we will need to use high privileged command line for running logman, because it requires high privileges. Okay, now it's running. So let's run our implant. Okay, and now it should be represented as a CLR. Yeah, Process Hacker Process Hacker sees this as a .NET process with a few subdomains, default one, and so on. Okay, so let's end it up and let's stop logging. Okay, so now we should have CLR events. So let's take this, rename it as 1, and now let's convert it to the this XML format. Okay, to see those logs. And so as you can see, there is a lot of data here, but let's take, so this is the process ID of our implant when it was running. So let's search any events which are related to our process. Okay, so first event, we have start of the runtime. Okay, it was, so CLR DLL was loaded, then new app domain was loaded, then new thread was created, and like some segment, and as you can see, a lot of logs related to our process has been captured, right? So yeah, this is a clear example of how ETW is powerful. All right, that is why I'm calling this as monitoring bloodstream of Windows. All right, so what we can do about it? First of all, the process which logs, which wants to log its activity using ETW, it will utilize several API functions from NTDLL. Okay, these are called ETW related, and what we can do from our perspective is we can patch those, because it's utilizing NTDLL from the process memory of our process, which we control completely. So what we can do, we can patch those functions. Specifically, as an example, we can patch ETW event write function, all right, from NTDLL. So what this function does, it will try to locate the address of ETW event write function from NTDLL. Okay. Then we change the protection so we can write to it, and we patch either using 4 bytes for 64-bit architecture, or 5 bytes, which translates to these instructions. So zeroing out RAX register, meaning that the result returned from this function will be 0, and we just call ret. Okay, and then we revert the protection to the original one, and that's basically it. So let's recompile. Let's recompile this. And before we turn on the logging again, let's change the names of these files. All right. So let's start. Right, now we can stop it. And let's change the name of it to something like this. And let's generate a report for us. Okay, dump file again. So let's call it number 2. And let's see what we have captured now. So there are also other events, okay, but let's see if we can see anything from our process. Okay, so nope. And actually we can search for ID equals. Nothing found. So yep, other events have been captured, as you can see, but nothing related to our process, which is good. So let me show you under the debugger how this patch works. So let's run it again. Now we don't need the logging. We just need our debugger. Let's attach it to our implant. And let's go to ntdll event write. All right, so this is the beginning of the function. All right, so let's continue and let's hit enter. So the CLR has been loaded, and now you can see the patch here. All right, so nothing will get logged using this function. All right, and that's basically the whole technique. I know it looks like the sort of artificial example, but bear with me, and later on you will see how you can actually use that technique offensively. Let's start this module with a small experiment which will allow you to make some observation about memory artifacts left in the process when we launch our payload. So let's go to module stomp folder and let's compile it. And let's run it. This implant will decrypt our payload and launch it in a separate thread inside implant process. Okay. So under this pointer, this is the address of the memory region which is allocated for our payload, and if we hit enter, our payload gets executed. So let's take a look at it from process hacker perspective. So what we can see here, we have memory layout of our process. So let's take a look at if there are any. So we have readable, writable, and executable memory region, which is not backed by any file, which is suspicious by default. Also, if it's not writable, it will also be suspicious as well, right? And if you take a look at the address, this is the corresponding to this pointer, which we have from the log. All right. and it contains our shellcode. So that's one artifact. The other one is a thread. So if you take a look on a list of threads, there is one which is calling message box from user 32.dll, okay? But it was originally called from like a strange address which a process hacker cannot resolve, all right? And this is exactly the same memory region belonging to the memory we allocated for our payload. Now, so let's close that and let's go to our source code and change just one line. So let's scroll down and change this, comment this line and comment, yep, and just recompile and see what happens now. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, pointer is different, of course. The payload has executed. So let's check our memory. So now we don't see any memory region which is executable and is not backed by file from disk. Okay, that's one thing. Now let's take a look at the threads. So we don't see any. This one is, yeah, it's probably the main thread of the implant. What about this one? This is something else. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, so this one runs our shellcode, right? Because we know it from this call to message box. Okay, but originally these first calls were issued from the memory we allocated, and they couldn't be resolved by the process hacker. Now we see that these calls came from Windows storage.dll, okay? And this very nicely hides our original call for our payload. Now you can ask how it is done, and this is actually the technique called module stomping, which basically is about loading some DLL which is not used by the application or our implant in this case. Okay, and I picked Windows storage.dll library because it's big enough. To hold even a large chunk of code. Okay, and what I'm doing here is I'm loading this library into the process memory, and then pick some pointer at this library in the memory of this library. All right, and I write my payload there. Okay, before, of course, we need to change the permissions, but basically this is the place where our payload will be stored before it is being called here. All right, let's take a look at this under the debugger. So let's run it again, and let's attach to our implant. We can run it, and we see this address. Okay, so let's go to this address. Go to expression or Ctrl G, and actually we can go here as well. All right, so that's That's this address. From process hacker, we can see that this address should be related to our Windows storage.dll, okay? 7ff f2 3a with some offset, and this offset is exactly 2 pages plus 12 bytes, so it's C in hex, so it's 2000 C, right? And this is this place inside the Windows storage.dll, okay? So now if I hit enter, this memory has changed, okay? There was int3 instruction before, now it's our shellcode, and you can see here as well that this part of the Windows storage.dll has been overridden, okay? So we are overriding a part of the text segment of a DLL which is not used by the process at all. If if you like pick the wrong DLL, then you will break your process, all right? Probably. So that is very important to pick the DLL that is 100% sure, that you are 100% sure that is not used by your application. So this is module stomping, and this technique allows you to hide your payload from prying eyes of a blue teamer or even some automated scanning tools. Of course, this payload can still be detected, for example, by PECV tool, but yeah, that's another technique in your arsenal that you can use to hide your presence in a specific process. The same process can be like the same technique can be also used in a remote process. That is, your shellcode gets injected in a standard way. So you allocate some memory there, you write your payload there, and this payload would actually load additional DLL and transition itself to this unused DLL and then clear out the original memory buffer you injected your payload in, okay? So yeah, this was module stomping. Let's get back to module stomping for a bit. So we've discussed some memory artifacts that can be removed when you use module stomping, right? Well, there is one additional thing which you should consider as well. So let's go to payload exec, open up this code, and let's compile it as well. So currently, if you run it, it's exactly the same code running with module stomping. So we have a new thread here, right? Windows storage has been loaded and called our message box, so our shellcode. Now, the problem with that technique is that it creates an additional thread, okay? It is important because you have to understand that some EDRs and some AV engine as well can detect that kind of activity. So a creation of new thread, for example, okay? And even if you remove hooks from your process, EDRs are still able to detect that kind of thread creation, because this event is visible on the kernel level, okay? And for stealthiness, you might want to avoid that, so you have to find another way of executing your payload without creating a thread. The basic principle here is to hijack an execution of an existing thread. Okay, so let's do that, and let's see other ways of executing payload without creating a new thread. So let's scroll down, and one natural thing, so the code is similar to the one we've discussed earlier. So one of the methods you can use here is to just call our shellcode via a pointer. Okay, so we create a pointer to a function which doesn't take any arguments, and we assign the address of the pointer to that function, and we just call that function. Okay, so if we recompile our program and we run implant, so let's see. So we have two threads, right, currently, and let's hit enter. So our code got executed, but no new thread created. And the reason is it is actually running as our main thread, which is this one. Okay, the call stack is starting from Windows storage, so from our shellcode, and our message box is being popped up. So from the kernel level, this sort of activity cannot be seen, at least if something is watching for new thread creations. But this technique has also some drawback, which is if our payload exits, okay, or just stops the execution, our main thread gets killed, and basically this process does not continue to run. Okay, so if you hijack a main thread in the process, it will just get killed, or it will hang in the memory. Let me try to run it again and see if we can get that situation. Yeah, so now implant.exe is still in the process. Implant is still in the memory, but our main thread is gone, so it's sort of like a zombie process right now. Okay, which is a bad thing. So let's kill that. Another technique you can use to hijack one of the threads is to call our payload using some of the Win API functions that are available on Windows. One of them is enum thread windows, and there are a lot of that kind of functions. These functions get one of the parameters as the callback pointer to the callback, which basically means that this function will call specific callback pointed by the second parameter. Okay, so let's save that and recompile, and the situation should be pretty much similar. So if we run implant, we see main thread here. If we hit enter, we're still there. Okay, we are running our payload right now. But if we hit OK, the main thread is gone, and some additional threads are left. Okay. So, yep. As I said, there are many such functions available. Here you have two less popular, so enum thread windows or enum child windows that you can use for this technique. Parent process ID spoofing, or PPID spoofing, is a method of changing parent of a new process. Okay, so in other words, you're spawning a new process and you want to make it as a child of another process and not yours, right? And why this technique is so important? Because nowadays many EDR products rely on this parent-child relationship. Okay, so imagine you're doing a phishing attack, okay, and your payload gets executed in Excel spreadsheet. Now your payload executes another payload, let's say a PowerShell script, which means that a new PowerShell process will be created as a child of Excel. All right, and such combination, I would say, like, it stinks for miles, right? This is easily spotted by many EDRs because they can clearly see this parent-child relationship. Okay, so if we find a way to spawn the PowerShell as a child of, let's say, Explorer.exe, then this relation is broken and detection will be avoided. Okay, at least on this parent-child level. Now, there are a couple of ways of doing this, but the classic one is actually a built-in functionality of Windows. Yes, there is a legitimate use of such spoofing, and one common example is user account control, or UAC. So when a user wants to run a program with elevated privileges, the application information service, which is running under SVC host, will launch the elevated process with a spoofed parent, so that a new process is appropriately attached to the original caller in a process tree. Okay, let me demonstrate it how it looks like. Okay, so let's start. So let's first find this service. So it's called process information, application information, and this lives in this particular process. Okay, so yeah, it facilitates the running of interactive applications with additional administrative privileges, and if it is stopped, then blah blah blah. Okay, so in other words, if we run anything with elevated privileges, this specific process is kicking into action. All right, so let's actually do that, and what we need to do, let's change highlighting for example for 10 seconds. Okay, so now let's start Notepad as an administrator. So we see this pop up. Okay, we see yes, and this pop up is actually done by created by consent.exe process. Okay, which is a child for our application information service. But the Notepad is actually a child of Explorer, and this is possible because SVC host is spoofing the parent ID of Notepad, pointing it to the Explorer, which was actually the original caller for spawning the Notepad, because I was running launching a Notepad from taskbar. Okay. So how we can use that programmatically? So let's revert that change and let's go to our code. So we go to Classic and let's open it in Notepad. And the code is really simple. The way you need to spawn our notepad, so we are going to spawn a notepad, but it will be a child of explorer.exe and not implant, so the original caller, all right? To do that, we call create process as usual to create a new process, but we give it an additional parameter which is called extended startup info present. All right. So this means that create process will use another type of structure which is extended, a type of startup info ex. Okay. And in this structure, we can actually provide. There is an element called attribute list, which allows you to give extra information about the new process. All right, and one of the types of information you can provide here is proc or process thread attribute parent process. All right, so what we're going to do here is we create a new attribute list. Okay, we just reserve some space on a heap, and we get a handle to the explorer.exe. So first we need to get its process ID. All right, then we open up Explorer to get it to a handle to it, and this handle is then passed to update proc thread attribute function, and this information is then stored in attribute list, which is assigned to our structure, extended startup info structure. Okay, and then the rest is like pretty simple. Okay, so let's compile that. 01 compile. Okay, and so let's run it. So we can see that Notepad is actually a child of Explorer, okay, and not the implant itself, right? So the implant ID is this one. This is the ID of Explorer, and Notepad is actually a child of process. So there is no relationship between, like, parent-child relationship between implant and Notepad. Okay, so this is one of the, I call it classic method for parent process ID spoofing. Another method of breaking parent-child relationship is based on task scheduler. Task scheduler is a well-known method for persistence or lateral movement, right? But it can also be used for spoofing parent ID of a new process. And usually what we use is get tasks, right? Command, which allows you to create tasks even on a remote machine. And yeah, that's one of the ways you can interface into task scheduler. And once the task is created and run, it will be spawned by a process, by the service which is running a scheduler, task scheduler. And this is called, it is called surprise scheduler. And where is it? Schedule, right? and it lives in this process. So yep, task scheduler. So anytime you run a task, the process will be created as a child for SVC host hosting the schedule service. Now, we don't want to use command line because it's detectable and it's well monitored and understood by blue teams. For this, we will be using the Win API interface. Okay. So let's go to our implant and let's go through the code. So to get to the task scheduler, we will be utilizing a COM interface. And COM is an ABI or application binary interface. In other words, it's a way to load a dedicated library and use it via a standardized interface. Okay, and calls are made by invoking object methods. All right. It seems complicated or sounds like complicated, but at the end of this module, I believe you will clearly understand what is going on here. So if we want to use, if we want to get to any service which is available via COM, we first need to initialize a COM library in our process. And after that, we call a standard CO create interface call, pointing what kind of, so to speak, service we want to use. Okay, and in our case, it's task scheduler, and that call returns a pointer to an object, and this object will allow us to interact with task scheduler. Okay. So this object is a sort of interface to the task scheduler. So once we have this interface, we then create a new task, and this task is also an object, okay, some kind of object, which has some methods and some fields. All right, to set the fields, and this object actually represents a task we are creating for our purposes. So to set the fields in this object, we need to call several methods exported by this object, or available by being available from this object. So to set a comment, we call setComment method. If we want to define the parameters for our command, then we use set parameters method as well, and so on. Okay. After setting all the needed information for our task, we also can set specific flags on it. I will and yeah, we are just setting run only if logged on flag, but there is also another one which is called task flag hidden, and I will cover that a little bit later. Okay. After that, we need to save this configuration into the disk. Okay, and to do that, we need to call for another object, which is called persist file, and that object will allow us to save our configuration to the disk and be available to be to the task scheduler. After that, we just call run on our task, and if all goes well, then our our process we defined, our binary we defined here, will get executed as a child of the SVC host process. All right. All the tasks are saved in this folder. Okay. And once it's done, we can release all the objects, so clean up and yeah, go home basically. So let's compile that and let's run it. So let's go to here, compile it, and let's run the guy. Okay, so let me show it. Show what's so this is our implant. Let's go to modules and see what happens step by step. Okay, so we are actually right now we are at the beginning of our code. Okay, so first thing, we initialize a comm library. Okay, so let's hit enter, and you see that two libraries has been loaded. Okay, like 2 additional libraries. Now the next step was to get an object for task scheduler. All right, so let's do that. Hit enter, and this loads two DLLs. Okay, and as I told you at the beginning, COM is basically COM model is basically a bunch of DLLs which implement specific functionality. So in our case, task scheduled COM objects are implemented in mstask.dll. Okay, and that is why this object has been this DLL has been loaded into our process. Next step was it's up, so then we should our task run. So let's get back to our source code. So we have said that we want to run an application notepad with parameter to this file. So in other words, notepad should open up this file for us, which is the case, right? boom.txt. And let's take a look at where it lives. So we don't have notepad as a child of implant, but instead it is a child to our task scheduler, right? Here. And let's get back to implant modules, right? So the next step, we are here right now. Okay, so let's take a look at this folder as well. So let's go to C, Windows, tasks, and here is our execme.job file, which contains the definition of our task, and this name was set here. Okay, so it can be configured. And what happens if we hit enter? So task removed. Now as you can see that the task scheduler interface has been unloaded from our process because we have released the object and uninitialized the COM. So yep, that's how this code works. Okay, let's let us see what happens if we change these flags and add a task flag hidden. Okay, so let's recompile it. Okay, close that as well. Compile and run it again. Schedule is up. Okay, so this is, and let's take a look in the tasks folder. Refresh. We don't see anything. Okay, so no job file has been created. Is it true? If we open up another window, CMD window, and see. So this is actually what we see in the Explorer window, but if we list hidden files, we see that our file actually was created and is present on the disk, but it has a hidden flag set. Okay, so this is what this setting changes. And if we hit enter, we shouldn't see this file anymore. Yep, it's gone. All right. So yep, that was our method for utilizing a task scheduler for breaking the parent-child relationship. Of course, this technique requires if you want to run your implant as a separate process using task scheduler, you will have to drop a file to disk, right? So the next step, let's actually see how this COM interface works under debugger. All right, so before we start our debugging session, we need to add one thing, which is debug break. So we are adding breakpoint, and let's recompile. And let's run it. Attach debugger, implant, cool, run it, hit enter. So we are, and let's get rid of this breakpoint. So space, nup, enter. All right. Okay, so we are here. So let's F8. F8. Now we are calling call initialize function. So we are initializing our COM interface. That's fine. We have our message. So hit enter, and now we are going to initialize our create instance, right? So now we are here. Okay, now we are here. We are going to call co-create instance and to get an interface to an object. Okay, so let's do that. And so let's F8. So EDX is 0 now, right? So RAX holds some address on stack. Okay. So let's follow this in dump. Then, and this actually is what? CF8. So this is this position. Okay. R9 is taking some value, and R9 is, so RCX, RDX, R8, R9. So this value is an identifier for task scheduler. Okay, it's fine. We are storing what? Something on stack is again. Oh, so that's the pointer to the address. So okay, so it means that this address, so this is the address of some position on the stack, And since we are passing five parameters, so with x64 calling convention, that would mean, so first parameter is RCX, second RDX, third R8, R9, fourth, and the fifth parameter, and all others would be passed through the stack. So this would mean that this address should be, after we return from co-create instance call, it should hold the address of our object to schedule task scheduler. Okay. RCX. So let's go further. RCX is the first parameter, which RCX, right? So this value, what is this? Is okay, so that's the identifier class ID for task scheduler, and R8 is set to 1. That's cool. So we are not going to go step into, we step over, and now we have something here. Let's see what is this. So let's follow this in dump. Okay, so this looks like some pointer, right? 7F. Yeah, it looks like a good candidate for a pointer to an object. Let's see what is there. Let's follow this in dump 3. Yeah, it looks like a table of pointers to specific functions. And let's see what this, this leads us. And we landed at mstask.dll. Okay, so again, we have we came back from this call, and this variable holds an address to an object, and actually this is the pointer to the table of functions which are available in that object. Okay, this is the vtable. So let's get back here, minus. Okay, and let's go further. So now we're good. We're checking the return value. That's cool. Yeah, it was successful. So we are going to do what next? Okay, we're going to print something. Okay, F8, F8, F8. It's running. So yeah, task scheduler object is up. Hit enter. Now we'll get back here, and what's the next step? Now we are going to create a new task. So we are going to call a new work item method from this object. All right. So yeah, you can even see here that we are calling through referencing a registry, and RAX is set by RCX, and RCX would be set here. So let's see what RCX is. Let's get back previous. Oh, okay. This one, let's see again what this address is. It's number 2. Okay, this is our address object returned by this call. Okay, so this is address of PITS. Okay, makes sense. So in other words, we are going to call this this method using a reference to the object we get from here. All right, and to get that, it is actually RAX plus 40. So let's set a breakpoint here and hit run. So RAX is, so let's put it down 3, okay, plus 40, which means 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are referencing 78, so this address. So in other words, calling this will call this pointer, which leads to some function which is in mstask.dll, and probably it is new work item. Okay, that's how this object-oriented programming magic looks like. Okay, so let's hit F8. We're cool, and we should be getting some data, some return value as well. Let's try to find that. What is next? Coinitialize. What is this? RSP plus 60. Okay, let's move there. Let's remove that. We're jumping. We're not. This is all successful. So the next step is we are going to utilize these methods of PI task, right? But we need to find the address. So let's see what is in RC. RSP plus 60 is this address. What is this? FFCF0. FFCF0. So this is this address. And okay. So F8 RCX now holds. So let's see what this. So this looks like another pointer. Let's follow this. Okay, so it looks like another pointer to another vtable. All right. Cool. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls using this pointer. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, and the sixth is this one. Okay. So, yep. I hope you understand that right now. We are going to call these 5 methods one by one, giving them specific parameters. Okay. So the first call is to RAX plus 90. So if we add 90 here, it should give us some pointer down there. If we call another one is plus 100, it should be 80. This one, okay, and so on and so forth. So let's go through it. RDX is pointing to somewhere. Let's see what this. It holds. Come on, Notepad is legit, which is our first parameter for this setComment method. So it means that this call will actually reference this method in a PI task object. Okay. Next one. What is this? Let's see this. In 2. It is Windows, System32, Notepad, so it's a path to our application, right? Yep. So this call rax plus 100 is this method. And so on. So the next one is Windows. Okay, so this is our working directory. Okay, so plus 120 is this method, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to cover, the whole code, but now you can see how, it's how it works, like on a low level, all these calls and methods, and the whole magical COM object and COM interface. All right. Another method of breaking, parent-child process relationship is to use WMI, which was used by one of the attacks of Emotet malware family. And WMI is pretty well known for lateral movement technique, but it can also be used to, so to speak, spoof a parent for a new process. So usually we would use WMIC or WMIC command line tool, and this is pretty straightforward. So we want to create a new process and call a create method to, let's say we want to spawn a notepad, and look what happens. As you can see, not every execution of that command is captured, but the second time the our Bitdefender has detected some suspicious and malicious application and blocked that, and actually it killed the CMD, although both notepads are safe. Okay, but we want to avoid that kind of detection. So specifically for the Bitdefender, you could actually do something like this: namespace root v2 and path to Win32 class, Win32 process class, and we want to call create method with notepad.exe. And now, as you can see, every time I'm running this, this doesn't get killed. Okay, and these notepads are not children of CMD. They are actually being spawned here by WMI provider process. Okay, but as in the whole of our course, we want to avoid that kind of method for using command line tools, because they are easily monitored and it is a easy detection. So instead of that, we are going to use a Win API, and to access let me go to access the WMI interface, we need to use COM again. Okay, but this time I would say this interface is a little bit more twisted than usual COM interface, but we will go through the code one by one, so don't be afraid. I will cover everything so that you can grasp it easily. All right, so we start with initializing our com library. That's a standard step. The next thing is sort of new. So we need to call CO interface initialize security function, and this function initializes the security layer and sets some specific values as the sort of security defaults. Okay, we need that to call the WMI interface. Now, as in this example, we want to access we want to access this class. Okay, the Win32 process, which lives in this namespace, and to access this namespace, we need a class, which an object of class IWBAM locator, which has the method called connect server, allowing us to access the namespace we want. So we create an instance of this class, okay, and here's the pointer to that class, to that instance. And then we can actually connect to our namespace, and we have a pointer to that object. Okay. The next thing, before we access any classes in this namespace, we also need to set something called proxy blanket. Okay. Because that object behaves like a sort of proxy to access these classes. So this function sets the authentication information that will be used to make calls through this specific proxy. Okay, so these are these parameters, and they are set on our proxy pointer or object. And at this point, we are ready to access our Win32 process class, and specifically we want to call create method. But this is the part which is a little bit twisted. Okay, to get to the specific instance of that class, we have to go through several steps. Okay. We need to first create a class object of our class, okay, Win32 process. Then using that pointer or that object, we also initialize or instantiate a new object for creating our instance. So it is called in params definition, okay, for that specific method. And with that, we can actually create our instance, class instance for Win32 process class. Okay, that's a little bit twisted, but yeah, these steps are necessary. Once that's done, we can actually set specific field or property of that object, which is called command line, and we do that here with these several commands. So we set this value here, and we call put method on our class to store that in our object. Okay, and once that's done, we are ready to execute our process, our notepad. So we call our proxy object with exec method, giving it these specific parameters. So our class name, our method we want to call, so create, and specific instance which holds, you know, the arguments we want to pass to the process, and with that variable we get the output information from that call. All right, and with that, if we want to extract the return value, we need to to call, since this is another object, okay, and if we want to get the return value, we use get method to extract it, and finally we can print that return value on our console. Okay, and then that's it. So let's compile. And let's run it. So return value is 0. So the same thing is, so 0 means success. Okay. We see the notepad has popped up and we have our boom.txt file which was passed in our command line, right? And if we take a look here, our notepad, this is actually, let me double, this is exactly this process 3568, right? Exactly this one. So yep, that is the other method of, you know, how you can spawn a new process under different parent by using WMI and COM interface. Command line argument spoofing is another very nice trick that you can use during your operations. So let's jump straight into the code. And this code is actually so an author of that code is Adam Chester. I've only changed that slightly, but most of it is a work of Adam. Okay, and this technique relies on several steps. So we want to hide our arguments given to the process we want to start. Okay, to do that, we start our process in a suspended mode. Okay, so in our case it's a notepad with some bogus argument. And one thing you have to keep in mind here is that to make it as long as possible, because this length can be set once. Okay, so no matter what you put it here, just make sure that it is longer, at least longer than the new argument you want to pass to the process. Okay, so we start the notepad in suspended mode. Okay, and then we extract a process information block from that process. Okay, and the reason is we want to do that. We want to get our hands on the pointers pointing to our command line in the notepad process to change that. Okay, so we are extracting. So what we do, we get process basic information from our notepad. So PI is a process information structure which got filled after a create process call. Okay, so we have a process handle to it, and we read the process basic information which is stored here, and then we extract the entire process environment block of notepad. Okay, pab local is actually a type of pab. So with that, we can now get the process parameters. Okay, so we are extracting process parameters from pab, and now we are ready to change the command line from notepad and some bogus stuff like reading kernel32.dll, which doesn't make sense at all, but we want to change that with reading another file. Okay, and keep in mind you have to put a null byte at the end. And again, this length has to be shorter than this length. Okay. Now, so we are preparing our spoofed arguments, and now we can write them into the command line buffer, because parameters are type of RTL user process parameters. So this structure has a field called command line, and in the buffer we can write our new arguments for our process. Once that's done, we could resume the process like here, okay? But before that, we can actually hide this new arguments from like process hacker or process explorer or even task manager. And to do that, we set up a new length of our command line. And the new length is set to 22, and the reason, so this number comes from the number of characters for our process. So in this case it's notepad.exe, which gives 11 characters, but we are dealing with Unicode, so you have to multiply this by 2, so it gives you 22, right? And at this offset we write a new length of our argument of our command line, and with that call we make process hacker and process explorer and task manager sort of blind to see what the actual command line looks like. Okay, so let's compile that and let's see this in action. So let's run it. So we should see, so this is our notepad in suspended mode. Okay, so let's hit enter. The implant has finished, but now notepad is running as command line is completely like empty, only the name of the process, although we know that the notepad has actually opened our boom.txt file. And so let's see how this looks from the process explorer perspective, and we have it in here, process proc explorer.exe, except okay, and let's scroll down. So command line is also sort of empty, right? What about task manager? So let's see more details. Can we see it here? Oh, interesting. We can see that it has opened a boom.txt, but if we go to details and let's select columns and add command line, we actually do not see that the file was opened from the command line. Okay, so yep, that's another trick you can use in your during your operations. Very nice trick to spoof your command line arguments. All right, let's try to play with Eventlog. So this technique, I've heard about this technique several years ago. I don't remember when where it was. Maybe it was some conference talk. Basically, the guy was talking about NSA injecting some payloads into Eventlog service to suspend logging. Okay, and this module will talk about this technique. So let's take a look at the event log. So we are let's find the event log process, and if we open up in the threads, we can see several threads of related to event log. Okay, so let's fire up event viewer and let's create a custom view just for this exercise. So we will include all Windows logs there. And all IDs, and let's call it all Windows logs. All right. Okay, so let's generate some log here. So let's, for example, local security policy, let's change. Oh, we already have that. Something has happened here, so we have new logs there. Okay, so now let's do something like this. Let's suspend all these threads and see what happens when I change security policy. For example, I don't know, system events. Let's set it up here. And if we refresh, we don't see any new logs coming in, right? And the reason is because our service is actually suspended. Okay. Now there is one caveat here, or a reminder, maybe not a caveat, but reminder that if we resume those threads, all like pending logs will get into the event log. Okay. So let me try to find that. Maybe I can. We see some audit policy change, but yeah, you could definitely see that the new logs are coming right now. Okay, so again, if I suspend that, this will get killed. Okay, so let's do that. We're using WinAPI. Let's go to our code and let's go through this. And we can jump straight to main function. Okay, so what we need to do here is, first we need to locate the process where the event log service lives in. All right, and that's easy part. And the second part is to actually locate all the threads which are event log service related. So let me show it again. Not all threads are related to event log. There are many other threads running in this process which are doing something else. Okay. So we don't want to suspend all the threads in the process because that would be like more visible, okay? And we want to be more, like, say, delicate about that. All right. So the first part, finding the process ID of the event log service, is pretty straightforward. We open up Service Control Manager and call the service event log service, and from that we can query for its status. Okay, this structure service status process has a field with a process ID. So with these three a couple of calls, we have a process ID, we have identified process ID of the Eventlog service. All right. Now we need to find the threads which are related to this Eventlog. To do that, we take the snapshot of all threads in the system, okay, and then we go through them one by one in this do while loop, okay. To actually find the thread which is related to the specific, or it's assigned to a specific service, there is a tag or service tag associated with a specific thread, okay? And we will be going to find these service tags and service tag names to identify these threads belonging to Eventlog, okay? So in the do while loop, first we need to find the thread which belongs to our process, okay? Then we open up this thread and we query thread basic information from that thread. The reason is because we want to get to its to the thread environment block information, and the reason is because in tab at specific offset there is a field called subprocess tag, and it's just a number, okay? And these offsets are related to or depend on the architecture we are running on, okay? So for 32-bit it's a different offset, and for 64-bit it's a different offset, and here this is checked. So at this offset we extract subprocess tag, okay? And with that we can actually call query tag information function, which comes from advapi 32.dll, and we're calling this function asking the system to translate the subprocess tag to the service name, okay? So this parameter is this option is set service name from tag information, and we pass this structure filled with service ID, the process ID, and the subprocess tag from this thread, and in return we should get a name, a string in this field, in this buffer. So we take this buffer and compare it with if it contains Eventlog string, and if so, this means that we have found a thread related to Eventlog service, okay? And now we can suspend it or even terminate it if we want, okay? And that's it. And that's the whole loop. This goes through all the threads until it ends. It finds or not any of them. So let's compile this. And we can run it or not. Yep. To do that, to suspend any system services, we actually or to do anything about system services, we need to have higher privileges. So let's get one. So we go to web 03 01 and let's refresh that. Let's run it. Okay, so it has found 5 threads. Let's see if they are, yep, they are already suspended. We can even compare the IDs. 1192, 1220, 24, 28, and 32. Yep, that's correct. So now Eventlog is suspended, so we can theoretically do whatever we want and nothing gets logged until we suspend that. We resume these threads. But as I said, these logs, these events are being logged in the buffer. Although if the machine gets rebooted, all the logs are gone from those buffers. Okay. So this is how you can blind event log if you have high privileges on the system, which is not a big problem if you already are capable of doing lateral movement, because most of the lateral movement techniques require local admin privileges. All right, so let's say that we have landed on a machine that is using some AV or EDR or even Sysmon, and all these agents are sending out the events and logs to a central repository, either the one inside the enterprise, somewhere in the company, or outside to the cloud provider. Okay. We, of course, from the attacker's perspective, we don't have any or almost any influence on what is going on the other side of that connection, but we can actually try to disrupt that communication to stop the logs being sent out. All right. But before we do that, we need to first figure out these TCP connections. So normally you could just open up a process hacker and list all the TCP connections, but during the engagement you don't have that comfort to use a nice GUI program to get that information, right? So let's first enable internet connection in our VirtualBox. So I set it up as a NAT on the interface, and shortly, we can see that the connections are being established, and we are actually focusing here on Bitdefender, which is just an example for some local EPP agent communicating with outside world. Okay. But it could be any EDR or Sysmon process. So we can see here one connection, probably some updates will be, some updates are being established here. Oh no, these are local. But anyway, we, from operational perspective, we need to get this information from at least command line, okay? So for that, we could use netstat, of course, and list all the active TCP connections together with process ID. So if we know that Bitdefender process we are looking as 2484 as its PID, then we can just take these take this information from here, or even filter it out. 2484, right? Yeah, so we have like one TCP connection to the outside world established. The other way is to use WMI, so we can namespace, we can query that information using WMI, but we need to use standard CMV2 namespace, and we are looking for MSFT net TCP connection process. Okay, not process, class, sorry, but this output is not very friendly, so let's just get local address, local port, remote address, remote port, and owning process. Okay, let's just focus on these. So we want local address, local port, remote address, remote port, and owning process. Okay, now it looks much better. All right. Yeah, that's the other way you can get this information, but we want to avoid using any command line tools, right? For obvious reasons. And what we are going to do we will do the same thing, but using Win API and specifically using WMI through the COM API. All right. So let's go to our folder and let's see the source code. So we start with initializing our COM library here, then we set up security levels, and we want to access standard SIM-v2 namespace. So we create an instance for IWBAM locator, okay, and this will allow us to connect to this namespace. We get our proxy object. We set up the authentication parameters for that proxy, and now we are actually focusing on this specific class. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to enumerate or extract all the objects of that class from this namespace. Okay, and to do that, we are going to use special type of object, which is called enumerator, and so we are calling create instance enum method on our class we are interested in, and we get the list of sort of an array of objects which reference all the instances of our class. All right, and then we are just going to in a while loop we're gonna enumerate, go one by one to see what kind of information they hold. So we can call with each iteration we can call next method and extract specific information from new instance, and from that instance we are actually getting owning process, local address and local port, as well as remote and port and addresses. Okay, and we are printing them in a nice table, and that's it. Okay, that's basically the whole code. So let's go to our folder and compile it, and let's run it. And now we get the same information but using WMI. Okay, but calling this, not using command line but with an API. So yep, that's how we can extract the information about network connections, and now we are ready to start blocking that communication. Okay, and for that we will need a local admin privileges, since that kind of operations are, so to speak, system sensitive. Okay, so these require high privileges. So let's do that. All right, so let's do the firewall blocking. So to do that, we will be using COM interface as well. But first, let's see the Windows Defender Firewall settings and advanced settings. Yep. So in Windows, we have built-in firewall, which works with three profiles: for domain, for private networks, and for public networks. Okay. And actually, what we will be targeting outbound rules. So we will create a rule which will block our Bitdefender process specifically. Okay. So let's go to the source code and let's walk through it. So we initialize a COM library, then we load a COM DLL, which is responsible for handling network firewall policy. Okay, this one. Once that's done, we asked it kindly to provide all the rules we have, so the object for the rules in the policy, and we also create a new object for a new rule. All right, and here you have several settings you can establish there. So we have some name and group. I gave it some descriptions which are like make it look more legitimate, like Windows Defender Firewall Remote Management RPC. Okay, so of course you can change that as well, but it's always good to have like descriptions and names which look like all legitimate stuff in the system. Okay. Description is deny malicious outbound network, and application, we are actually targeting Bitdefender process. Okay, the same one, this one. Okay, and we can also specify the unicast IP addresses or a network address plus a net mask as well. And we will be also providing, so this new rule will be applied to all three profiles, so for the domain, private, and public. And then we just add these settings to our new rule object, and then we add that to our rules. Okay, and that's it. So let's compile that, but before that we actually need the network administrator, not network, we need high privileges. Okay, so CMD for administrator, where 030202, compile. And let's see if there are any established communication there. Yeah, we have one connection. Okay, so let's run it. Let's see what happens. And this connection was immediately killed, and the reason is refresh. Let's search for our rule. It is a blocking rule, so it's standing out here. As you can see, Windows Defender Firewall, bogus. It is for all profiles. It is enabled and it's blocking this specific process. All right, for all local and remote addresses and for any protocol and so on. Okay, so that this is how you can kill the communication between EPP agent, that is AV or EDR or Sysmon or whatever. Let's get rid of that, and let's see if it reestablish a connection. In the meantime, as I told you, you can also specify the network addresses or net block, and for that you need to uncomment this call. Okay, let's recompile and run it again. And now if we refresh, we should see a new rule, which is actually blocking only these this net block. But as you can see, these connections can pass. So you have to be very specific. I mean, you have to be very good at establishing or you know, getting all the addresses for the specific process, and actually blocking all the IP communication is a good starting point. But yeah, you can change that. Let's see if we can add another rule. So it's 18, block 18. So let's save it. Let's run it again, recompile, run implant, and yep, they were killed probably. Now we have 54. So let's add 54, and yeah, this is basically a cat mouse game right now. Adding these. Now we are clean, and if we refresh, now we should see three rules. Yep, we have 3 rules blocking all these net blocks. Okay, so yep, that's how you can block or disrupt the communication between the endpoint protection agent and some remote server getting information updates or sending in updates, etc. Okay. Another technique you could use to disrupt the EPP communication is routing table and changing the routing table. Okay, but first we need to actually see how it looks like. So we could use our command line tool route. Okay, and we get the whole table. We could also use WMI for that. So the quick version is IP4 route table get. Okay, that's the whole metric, the whole routing table, including all 5 metrics and known masks and so on. If you want the full command, you would need to use namespace sim v2 and path to the same IP for route table. Okay, the same information we get. But again, we don't want to use any command line tools, so we will utilize some code. And you probably think that it will be WMI, right? But not this time, because WinAPI has very nice library, IP help API DLL, And this library makes retrieving this information really simple. Okay, so we need one variable which is of type PMIB IP forward table, and this is just a structure. And so we need to allocate some memory for that structure. Okay, we use that for on a heap, and then we call get IP forward table function, which retrieves the information about routing table. But it also allows you to check if your reserved memory region is big enough to hold all the information. If it's not, then it will return an error, insufficient buffer, and in this parameter you will receive the exact number of data or bytes you need for your routing table. So with that information we can reallocate our routing table, IP forward table. Okay, and then we call this function again, and this structure is really simple. It contains two elements. One is number of entries, followed by the table. It's an array of another structures, and each structure in this table is just a row in the routing table. Okay, so what we need to do now is we go through this array of rows and just extract the information from there. That's pretty simple. So here in this block we need to convert IP addresses into strings. Okay, and then we start to print them out. So destination IP, subnet mask, next hop, interface index, type of route, and this information is an integer. So we need to translate that to, we don't need to, but we can, and we want to translate that into more understandable information. So that's why the switch statement here. The same thing is about the protocol. So the protocol is also identified by the number, and if we want to have a nice description, then we need to use a switch statement second time. And finally we can extract age of the specific route and one of the metrics, and probably we can extract all of them, but it's not mandatory for our exercise. So as you can see, this is super simple. Instead, we could probably extract the same information using WMI, but it would be more complicated. And if there is a Win API function available, why not use it? Okay. So we can now go to our folder and compile it. And to extract this information, we don't need any extra privileges. So here you have it, the same information as but retrieved using Win API. And with that table, now we can actually go to the next module and to see how we can disrupt the EPP communication, network communication, using routing table. All right, so let's play with routing table. So we will be using very simple code. It is even more simpler than the one we've used for printing a routing table, because now we're using just one function call. Okay, create IP forward entry with a row which we define here. Okay, so we create a some space on the heap for the row. This is a structure which contains several elements we have to fill. Forward destination holds the IP address of the route, so that this would be our victim or target IP address. Okay. Forwarding mask is related to the address, so if we want to use unicast, so we want to black hole just traffic to one specific IP address, we need to use full unicast network mask. Okay. Then we set up a next hop or next router. Okay, do some bogus address. And the last two things to set up is the index of the network interface. Okay, one means loopback, and the and the forwarding protocol is this one. And we call IP forward, create IP forward entry, and that's basically it. These elements are defined as dwords, so 32-bit integers, and you can if you want, of course, you can set them manually. Just keep in mind that this is in reverse order, so the most significant octet in the IP address has to be placed as the least significant like bits in the integer. Okay, so as here is in this example 52, the first octet is 34 in hex and has to be placed on the right side. Okay, but I've created a simple dirty macro for that, which will convert the IP address, sort of IP address, into this number. Just keep in mind that these are not dots, these are commas, the separator between the octets. So I think that's it. Yeah, so let's compile this. We need admin privileges to change the routing table. So let's spawn administrator command line, and let's go to our 030204 compile. So we are going to kill the traffic to Google DNS. Okay, let's check if it works. Yes, so now the routing table is, so we are this ping was actually falling into this default route. So let's run our implant and let's see now how the routing table looks like. So traffic to this unicast address will be forwarded to this address, okay, to this router on loopback interface. So basically it's gonna be sync hold. Okay, so let's try if we can reach that. Nope, it doesn't work. But if we ping another one, this one works, right? So let's say we want to black hole the whole subnet. So for that we will be using this mask. Let's recompile and let's see if now we have two black hole routes. Okay, this one is more generic, so let's ping 8.844 should be, oh, sorry, this is dead. Now, in this environment and in this situation, it looks really simple, and you can, you know, play with that. But you have to be very careful when you're playing with routing tables, because you're playing with fire. Okay, for example, if you block you black hole the traffic to a DNS server, okay, and that this is the only DNS server on this machine, and your implant, so your C2 channel, is using somehow the DNS, then black holing a DNS traffic might kill your connection. Okay, so just keep in mind that this method is, I would say, is more dangerous from attacker's perspective, in the sense that you can do some damage for yourself. Okay, but on the other hand, I tend to see it as a more stealthier, because not too many blue teamers look at the changes to the routing table. Okay, they might be checking if someone or something has changed the firewall rules, but not too many will try to check the routing tables as well. So let's see, let's try to do another example. Let's see if we can kill. So we have two established connections, 35, 52. Let's kill them all. Let's kill 52. We have it already here. And recompile. And implant. Now it's here. Okay. So let's see if this, it might get you might need to wait some time for this connection to time out. Let's see if we can see. Yeah. Network traffic here. So something is happening, but that's not a good indicator. We should have Wireshark running at the background. In the background, we don't have that installed in the VM, so you can do this as your homework, and to see what kind of traffic is this, because these packets might also be, this one died, might be also some packets sent between these connections, these local connections. Okay, so this isn't a good indicator about what's going on. Let's try to kill the other one. So 35 and recompile, inject, check it. 35 is on, so maybe this will die out as well. Right. One thing one thing to keep in mind is that these routes are going to stay up until the machine is rebooted. Okay, these are not permanent, although if we turn off the network adapter, so let me do this, and these these routes are still on in the configuration, okay, in the memory. Now if we revert back the network connection. They are still there, okay? So let's see if, okay, it's trying to connect. As you can see, it's sending SYN packets, but nothing gets, it's probably, this loopback is probably sending some reset or something like that. So these connections cannot be established. Okay. So, and if you want to get rid of these, just use 35000 5288 and was 88, right? Route print. We clean. Yeah, it seems like. So, yep, let's see if this is able to reconnect. Let me reset the network card. Send it back. This should work again. All right, it's connecting. It says that it has established any connection. So, yep, that is a very nice and very, I would say, stealthy way to disrupt TCP connectivity, and not even TCP connectivity, it's IP connectivity for any process running on a machine. But you have to remember that this is, if you make a mistake, you might cut yourself off. All right. So let's say you have landed on a machine where there is, you did some recon, and you've discovered that there is a AV installed, but you have also suspicion that there might be a Sysmon running, okay? And let's try to figure out if we can actually see this, how we can discover or detect if the Sysmon is running, both from regular user and local admin perspectives, okay? So let's use PowerShell and command line tools to see if we can determine if the Sysmon is actually running here. For that, I will use a ready list of commands which are published on iRed team website, and iRed team is a great resource. It has fantastic content. So yeah, I will just use these commands from that website. So let's check if there is any process running on called Sysmon. Apparently not. Sysmon is also creating a service. Okay, so let's check if there is any service configured here with a description called Sysmon monitoring, or even yeah, that's this. And let's check if there is any display name starting from sysm. Okay, there is one sysmain, but no Sysmon. Another thing we can check is the registry keys, and particularly I'm talking about sysinternals subkeys, which contain a name of a tool whose license has been accepted. Okay, so every time you run a sysinternals tool for the first time, there will be a pop-up asking you to accept the EULA, and Sysmon is also no exception here. Let's see if there are any others. Yeah, we have bginfo and sdelete, so no EULA accepted for system monitor. Okay. The next step is to use a logman. Logman, let me actually give it, change that. logman tool, which allows you to query providers, ETW providers, and let's check if we can find anything containing Sysmon or Sysm. Nothing, so let's try with just Sys. And here's my bad, because actually this providers, so let's recheck it again. It sometimes may take a while. No hits, so what about this? Okay, so it has certificates, core system, event system, propsys, remote, system profile, sysprep. No Sysmon as far as our system monitor. No, nothing. Okay. So let's try. So if you have local admin privileges, you can also use FLTMC tool, which basically you can use it to manage your mini filters or mini drivers in your kernel. Okay, and you have to have high privileges to use that. So let's see if there is any Sysmon here. Nothing. Okay. And let me pause here for a moment and tell you a little bit more about altitudes. Okay, what are these and how it can be allegedly used to detect Sysmon. So altitude. Let me take a step back. So let's say there is a user process in the memory and it wants to do something with it on the file system. Okay, so read some data, for example. So this request is being packed up in a special structure, okay, and it is being sent out to the kernel space, and this we call it packet, okay, IRP packet, and this packet gets into the kernel, and then somehow system has to decide which file system driver gets this packet first. So Microsoft had to find a way to organize all the mini drivers related to file system. So Microsoft, what Microsoft did was said something like, okay, let's put all the mini drivers responsible for file system into a chain, okay, chain of drivers, and each driver has its position in the chain, and this position is called altitude. All right, so once the user space packet is coming in, it is being forwarded to the first mini driver in the chain. This mini driver takes that packet or data, does something with that, and then passes it to the next mini driver in the chain. The next mini driver takes that packet, does something with that, and passes along down the chain, and so on and so forth. Okay, so altitude is just a way to sort these mini drivers in a kernel space. Of course, I'm oversimplifying a lot of things, but I hope you get the idea. Okay, so what altitude is, and altitude numbers are managed by Microsoft. Okay, so every vendor or software vendor who wants to use their drivers in a Windows kernel, they should register these drivers at Microsoft and get dedicated number or altitude assigned to their driver, right? And Sysmon is no exception here. And Sysmon by default has, let me look it up. It's 385201. Okay, that's the Sysmon default altitude. 3852. So it should be somewhere here between this number and this. And apparently you can see that that's not the case. And in many sources of on the internet, they claim that the altitude of Sysmon driver cannot be changed, and this is easy to spot indicator of Sysmon driver. Okay, but as you can see, this is not true, and actually you can change Sysmon altitude. So we have to find another way to detect Sysmon driver. To do that, from let me switch to user console. We can query another key in registry. Like registry here is helping us a lot. So one key from the start we can query is this one. Software Microsoft Windows current version Win EVT. So these are Windows Eventlog channels registered, and as far as I know, this Microsoft Windows Sysmon /operational cannot be changed. Okay, I might be mistaken, but I usually check that that key as the first step to see if there is a Sysmon running. And if we extract information from that key, we see some settings, but this GUID is also a very valuable information. And as far as I remember, this GUID cannot be changed, but I'm not 100% sure. Once you have that GUID, you can query another key from registry, and this time from publishers. Okay, and by the way, this Windows Microsoft Windows Sysmon /operational, so this is the name of the, let's say, subfolder in Windows Eventlog. So under that you will see all the logs delivered by Sysmon. Okay, so once we fire up Event Viewer, you will see exactly that name. So once we queried that another key, we have two valuable information. So, or three actually. Sysmon is enabled. The path to the binary, okay, which is running probably as a service, and also this name, and this is the name of the provider. So now if we use logman and query providers with this name, or for better with this GUID, we get the same name, okay, of the provider, and more importantly, we get the PID, process ID of the Sysmon service. Now let me take a look up. So A84 is 2692. So let's use task list and find 2692, and yep, that's the 1drv.exe. okay, so this corresponds to with that binary, but I've seen configurations that this binary is different from the name of the process. Okay, and so I mean that's a good indicator, but you still might end up with different binary here, and it won't show you the process name. And we can actually check that, verify. Yeah, that's the Sysmon monitor. Okay. All right, but we still don't know the name of the driver. So we know that one DRV is a service name, right? But we cannot. There is no one DRV driver here, and yes, these things can be changed. So the name of the binary can be changed during Sysmon installation. The name of the driver can be changed, and other things as well. So once we have the service name, we can query again a registry for another information. And now we are actually querying services subkey for parameters for one DRV, and that will give us the name of our Sysmon driver. Okay, so this is this one. And so as you can see, there are a lot of steps to do that, and that's not very convenient. If you are a local admin, if you have a high privileged session, you can actually use fltmc command with subcommand instances, and in the instance name you can actually see Sysmon name here, which corresponds, which shows this hidden Sysmon driver. All right, so that's, so let me at the end, let me fire up event viewer, and so we need to get to here. So let's go to Microsoft, Windows, and now we are going to I told you Microsoft, no, we are looking for one DRV, and here are the logs from Sysmon, right? Microsoft Windows Sysmon operational, as we saw it here, this one. All right, so let's that's how you can detect using roll bins, so to speak. But again, as in many other modules in this course, we want to do the same thing using WinAPI. So let's look into the code. So let's go to Sysmon, find Sysmon, and let's jump straight into the main function. All right, so we extract this key. Again, Microsoft Windows Sysmon operational, and we are actually querying for owning publisher, because as in this example, as I showed you earlier, we are looking for this information. Okay, we want to know the GUID. The GUID is probably the same on many deployed Sysmon installations, but you never know. All right, so I extract that information here, and then since it's the byte array, it has to be converted into white character string, and then we call find Sysmon function with this GUID. Okay, and find Sysmon is using this specific WinAPI TDH enumerate providers. So we are just extracting information about all the providers registered on the system into this variable, okay, into this actually structure. and then we just go through. Actually, this is the array of structures. So we are just going through all the providers and parse these the data one by one, and we are actually looking for our specific GUID we are interested in. So this GUID is a parameter passed here. So this check is we are looking for, and if we find this GUID, then we know that the Sysmon is Sysmon is installed in the system, and we get the information about this. We print out the information about this, and then we try to figure out the PID, the process ID of the service, and for that we are using com again, and this time it's PLA. It's performance logs and alerts. The very same interface is being used by Logman command line tool. So yeah, we initialize the com. We query specifically for iTrace data provider classes or objects, and from that we are just interested in our Sysmon GUID. Okay, it was passed as a parameter. Then we call get registered processes method, which retrieves all the processes which were registered to the specific provider. In our case, it's a Sysmon. And if there is more than 0, we need to parse them. So we create an enumerator again. So the a new object enumerator, and it is being parsed in this while loop. Okay, we're just getting each object from this array of objects one by one, and we get specific value, which is a process ID, and we extract them. Usually this loop will just go once, as the Sysmon is registered only on one process, that is a service, but you never know, right? So yeah, that's what this code does. And once we have the PID, we also want to find the name of the service. So this additional function, which uses process snapshots, and extract that information here. So we are looking for, if the PID is found in the snapshot, then return the name of the module related to that specific process. So this is printed here. So let's compile that. Let's go to 01 compile and run it. And this is what the information you get in as a result. Okay, we get the name of a provider, the GUID of the provider, the IPID, which is exactly the same as we had here, but it's more user friendly. It's already translated into a decimal notation, and we also have OneDrive or the name of the process, right? We have also another tool allowing you to list mini filters. Okay, to run that tool, you need to have high privileges, as with FLTMC tool. And for that, we use filter find first and filter find next functions, and they extract specific like structure, which is then parsed in this function. Okay, so we We get all the mini filters and we go one by one in this while loop, and then we parse the data for each mini filter. And it's nothing fancy. So we need to, since each structure has several fields or elements, one of them is filter name length, and so we need to convert filter name length and filter name buffer offset into a string. So this is done here. The same thing goes with filter altitude. It is also done here. And finally, and of course we are only focused on the mini filter drivers. Other legacy drivers are skipped. And yeah, we print out all this information. Okay, so let's compile it here, and let's run it, and we get almost the same information as in, we get the same information as here. This this code doesn't include the parsing instance names, but here you can get the altitude of our Sysmon driver we found using this tool. All right. So that's how you can determine if the Sysmon is installed and where it hides. Okay, so once we have found Sysmon installed, okay, what we can do next? Well, it depends on what kind of privileges you have on a system, right? If you are a regular user, there is no much things you could do, although you might also try to find some misconfigurations, and if the regular user can do something with the Sysmon, but usually it's not. Okay, and from the regular user perspective, you can try to find the configuration file somewhere lying on a disk. If the sysadmin was sloppy, he could left the XML with rule sets somewhere on the disk, so you can potentially try to find that and then parse it, read through the configuration and figure out where are the blind spots. And there is a great white paper by Matt Graeber and Lee Christensen who described the whole process of how to parse the configuration one by one. So you will find that linked in the course. And if you are a local admin, then the story is completely different, because Sysmon is not hardened against a so to speak rogue admin. Okay, so its processes its process is not hardened enough. The configuration can be changed easily, etc., and so on and so forth. It's not the case with all the EDRs. Some of the EDRs, they do really good job about hardening their process against local admin or even system user attacks, but that's not the case with Sysmon. Okay, so let's see what admin can do. So we found Windows 1 DRV, and with that option we can actually extract the saved configuration. We can also see the service name, the driver name, the config file was used. So if this file is still on the disk, then we can actually try to open it. Let's do this another way. Let's open it here and open. And this particular configuration is extracted. It was downloaded from Swift on security. It is a well documented and very popular, like a starting point for the blue teamers. They all probably most of that configuration is tuned for their environments. But yeah, you can if you get your hands on that, like the configuration on your particular machine, then you can go through these rule sets and find maybe some exceptions. But as I said, the white paper by Matt and Lee is a great resource to do that. Okay, we won't cover that here. The so what you can also do, you can load a very permissive configuration. Okay, so for example, containing that everything is excluded, and basically Sysmon will not log anything. Okay, but that action will be logged. Okay, if you use OneDrive, well, Sysmon binary, and the same information can be extracted as you've seen before. From here, so from that key, so you get the path to the XML file, but also there is a value called rules, which is very interesting from the attacker's perspective, and that's going to be one of your assignments, to play with that and see what can be done against Sysmon. Okay, and the next thing is you can actually unload. So let's use you can actually unload the mini filter or mini driver from the memory, effectively killing the kernel portion of Sysmon. Okay, it doesn't kill everything, but the monitoring from the kernel perspective is being basically killed. Okay, so we can do that with using FLTMC. There is a command called unload. Surprise, surprise, right? So the only thing you need is the name of the driver, and you can unload that. But we can use our code, which does exactly the same. And this code is super simple because there is only one call you have to do. It's a filter unload function with the name of the of the driver, and with that the driver gets unloaded from the kernel space. The only thing you need, apart from high privileges, you have to enable load driver privilege. Okay, it's not on by default on many processes, so that set privilege function does that. And yeah, let's compile that and unload the guy. And now the driver is gone. And if we look at the Sysmon logs, now you can see that there is an error stating that we couldn't retrieve events. There's some stuff has happened. Okay, but as you can see, there was something else logged. Okay, so unloading mini filter from the kernel doesn't stop logging done by the service, and particularly DNS query events are being logged because Sysmon also uses ETW provider, which is Microsoft Windows DNS client, and these events are still being pushed to Sysmon service, and this lands in this log. So let me let's see logman query providers, and it was Microsoft Windows 1 DRV. So our PID is 93C, okay, and if we Microsoft Windows DNS client, so 93C, it's here. So as you can see, the Sysmon and Sysmon service has registered to this provider. So all the events related to DNS are being logged here. Okay. Even if the Sysmon driver is unloaded. So this is what you need to keep in mind. And there is another way to kill the Sysmon without touching the configuration, but for that we need to restart the machine. All right, so let's see what we can do with Sysmon and how to find another way to kill it. Let's instances. So here are our mini filters, okay, with their altitudes. Now, I told you that the for our Sysmon instances, the altitude has been changed. So if that's possible, you can now think about what happens if we change the altitude to the one which is occupied by another milli driver, right? And this is exactly what we can do now, and we will do. So as you might recall, we can query that key, and here is the value which is responsible for setting the altitude. Okay, so by default it is 3852 something 3852.01, right? So let's change that to this altitude, which belongs to VLTF filter, which is actually one of the Bitdefender mini drivers. Okay, so let me use prepared So with that, now our Sysmon has the same altitude as Bitdefender driver. Now to make it effective, the machine has to be rebooted. So let's do that. And we need to wait for a bit. And let's log in. And let's check event viewer. And start up administrator console. Okay, so let's see if Sysmon successfully loaded. And there is no Sysmon. Sorry, Sysmon. All right, let's check the logs. And we have another error. So again, DNS queries are still being logged, right? Because of the separate ETW provider. But yeah, the error log is telling us that failed to access the driver. And yep, that kills the kernel portion of Sysmon. So that's another way you can use to get rid of Sysmon, but two drawbacks here. So one, this technique requires restarting the machine, and the second one is it leaves some logs in the event log. Before we jump into the next module, let's revert this setting to the previous one. So it was 33. And we can now restart the machine. So far you've seen some of the techniques that you can do when having high privileges on the machine with the Sysmon running, and what you can do against that to make it blind or unload it, or make it unable to load itself during the boot time. But these techniques have some drawbacks here and there. Either it is leaving some noise in the logs, or they require a machine to be restarted. So let's do something more fancy but super simple. And before that, let's check the system. So FLC instances, let's check if our Sysmon is running. It is. Let's see the logs, if it's getting logged. So let's run Notepad. New log has been, Notepad has been logged. Okay, let's open up our network connection and let's look up google.com. Let's see if that get logged. Network connection detected. And let's look up. What else we can do? Let's ping Twitter. That works. Any DNS? Yeah, DNS query for Twitter. That's cool. Okay, so we can see that it runs. So let's kill that. Let's compile our program and let's run it. Let's run it. Ah, come on. Okay, so let's see. Now we have the last thing is create process, and we've ran our implant. Okay, that's fine. That log can be avoided if you run that functionality from the memory. That's okay. But now let's see if any logs are being logged. So no process creation. Let's what else we did? Let's lookup sektor7.net and nothing. So what else? Let's ping again. Let's ping Google. DNS is also not being logged. That's interesting, right? Let's see if the driver is still in the memory. Okay, so what's the trick? Did I remove the callbacks from the kernel? Not this time. Okay, and this technique, silent gag, is really simple. Okay, let's take a look at the source code. And let's move to main. So here is the standard unhooking of our process. And what we are doing here is we are running a gag sysmon on our proc, which is one drive, right? So the sysmon service. And what this is doing, and this should be look familiar, right? Get proc etw event write function being patched in our Sysmon driver, a Sysmon service. So in other words, we're patching the ability for Sysmon to write etw events to the log. And I told you when I showed you that technique that it has good use for offensive purposes, and that's one of them. Okay, that's not the only one, but this is how you can silently gag Sysmon without leaving any trace in the logs. Okay, so this is ephemeral change. If you restart the machine, everything gets back to normal. If you restart the service, also the patch is gone and the logging will be done again. So let's do that. Stop one drv and let's run it again. And now we should see now we see the processes being logged. But yeah, this is the gap over almost four minutes gap between the logs. So here we gagged with a small patch on the etw event write function, right? So now everything is back to normal. So, yep, that was silent gag. So far we discussed various evasion techniques, either applicable with or without high privileges. And now it's time to think through when these techniques can or should be used. First thing to consider is if we touch the disk. If so, then our image has to look like an ordinary binary. So we have to take care of all the things that can get us flagged, like strings and byte patterns or randomness. And this is where we need to apply obfuscation and encryption, but not to forget about the file entropy, right? And the final score can be fixed, so to speak, by adding image details and digital signature. At launch time, there's additional step worth to mention, which is sandbox evasion, and there are so many techniques bypassing AV sandboxes that it would probably take another course to cover only those, so we skip them here. But if you are interested, there are links below this video to some great resources about this topic, okay? Once the payload is running in the memory, we can do several things regardless of our privileges. In general, we should clean up our process. So it means removing hooks or using direct system calls if we choose so. Patching local etw functions is always a good strategy, as you cannot be sure if at some point in the future there will be some DLL calling those functions. And you can also patch MZ if you are doing anything with scripting engines or .NET in your process. Depending on specific security product you're dealing with, it might also be possible to unload the injected AV or EDR DLL from your process. This method requires to do some additional research specific to the product, but you might find an exported function which does the unloading, okay? Now, if you are running with high privs, then your options are like endless, okay? You could disable, EDR or EV or Sysmon or whatever, but in most cases, all these agents are reporting and sending logs somewhere outside. So my recommendation here is to disrupt or block this outgoing communication first, and then play with the local agent, okay? And the reason is really simple. We want to avoid detection in SOC or by any incident handler sitting there, waiting for bad things to happen. So kill the comms first and kill the local agent later. And one more comment here. Your customer should always agree on giving you free hand with such disruptive actions. If you disable EPP agent or even remove it from the system, this brings additional risk to the organization, right? In other words, in case of a real attack, this machine doesn't follow company's security policy and potentially could be used by the threat actors, and no one will see that, right? So you should always discuss this with your customer or client and make sure that he's okay with taking this additional risk, all right? Remember that. If you don't have local admin privileges, then you should be very careful with what you do in post-exploitation terms. You have two options here. One is you can try to bypass detections by avoiding any dangerous events. For example, not using load bins as they get detected more often than they used to. And the other option is you try to behave like any normal process in the system, okay? And I'll give you a good analogy. Think about EPP agent as a guard or a watcher sitting on a high tower, right? And below you have like a huge market with ordinary salesmen and customers doing their things, right? And these watchers in the tower try to spot any thieves and criminals by just looking around and for any suspicious activity. So now if you start to run across the market, completely naked and shouting loud, you will be spotted and taken down very quickly, right? So the trick is to look like a normal salesman or a normal customer on that market and avoid bringing any attention to you. I tend to say, be invisible by being common. That's the rule of thumb. So let's get back to the first option. If you know the detection rules, for example, you found an XML file with Sysmon rule sets, you can try to find blind spots in that policy and just follow them, okay? And if not, then you can try to just use a common detection recommendations from many security researchers like Florian Roth or Samir, and just follow these recommendations, okay? All the techniques we discussed in the course, like module stomping and running your code without a new thread, spoofing parent process ID and process arguments, these are, I would say, nice options to have in your pocket whenever you run with low or high privileges. It's always good to clean up any remote process you want to migrate to or just run any additional code in, all right? So clear out the hooks before you inject your main payload there, right? I actually have to make a very important point here. So we have our decision tree, pre-execution and post-execution actions. Do this, do that, don't do this, and we should be happy, right? But regardless of where you are, in the disk or in the memory, with or without high privileges, always, do the recon before you doing anything else. Of course, if we are talking about initial breach, then your position is like the weakest possible, as you have to make some assumptions before launching an attack, right? But when you are already on the box, or even plan doing some lateral movement, then you should prepare very well by doing the proper reconnaissance. From my experience, I would say a good recon is at least 50% of work, okay? So start slow, gather information, analyze it, digest it, think through it, find the weakest spots, test your tools and hypothesis somewhere else, and if all looks good, only then run the next step, all right? Remember, low and slow. It's not a race, it's a game where the smartest win. So let's summarize what we have covered during this course. We talked about modern detection architecture and its weaknesses. We discussed many evasion techniques ranging from binary entropy, unhooking, spoofing some system artifacts, module stomping, patching code on the fly, and many others. You've learned how to use WinAPI, component object model, and WMI interfaces to accomplish many detection bypasses, both as a regular user as well as a local admin. We've covered briefly ETW and more thoroughly Sysmon, how to detect it, and how to exploit its configuration. And at the end, you've seen how to make appropriate evasion decision depending on where you are during your operation. So what are the next steps you can take from here? Well, it's pretty simple. Take this knowledge and the tools, play with them, experiment, modify, and improve your overall understanding of how to operate stealthily in hostile environments. I could be talking for many hours, showing different flavors of offensive techniques, but this wouldn't take you too far, as you don't learn driving a car by watching someone driving a car, right? You have to experience it yourself. Don't fear to make mistakes, as these are the best teacher in your life. Thank you very much for purchasing this course. It was great pleasure, again, to share my experience with you, and I hope you have learned a lot and you moved further in your Red Team Operator path to excellence. My name is Rinzo, and this was Red Team Operator Windows Evasion course. Cheers and see you next time.